Hey there, and welcome to the Night Scientist of Discovery. I'm so happy you're here with me today. You know, there's something magical about slowing down and really looking at the world around us, especially when we discover that the smallest things often hold the most incredible secrets. Today, we're going to take a gentle journey together into one of nature's most fascinating hidden worlds. We're going to explore what lives in a single drop of pond water, and I promise you, what we discover will change the way you see every puddle, every lake, and every drop of water you encounter. Imagine, if you will, walking along the edge of a quiet pond on a warm summer afternoon. The water looks still, perhaps a bit murky, with maybe a few lily pads floating peacefully on the surface. A dragonfly skims across the water, creating tiny ripples that catch the sunlight. Everything appears calm, almost lifeless in its tranquility. But here's the beautiful secret that I want to share with you. Within just a single drop of that seemingly quiet pond water, there exists an entire universe. Not metaphorically, but literally. A universe teeming with life, drama, survival, cooperation, and wonder that would make any science fiction movie seem tame by comparison. When we talk about a drop of pond water, we're talking about something incredibly small, about 0.05 milliliters, if we're being precise. That's roughly the size of a tiny teardrop, and yet, within that minuscule space, there can be hundreds, thousands, sometimes even millions of individual living creatures, each with their own story, their own purpose, their own remarkable adaptations that have allowed them to thrive in this microscopic world. Think about that for a moment. In the space of something smaller than the tip of your pinky finger, there are communities of organisms that have been evolving and adapting for millions of years. They've developed incredible abilities, formed complex relationships, and created ecosystems that are just as intricate and interconnected as the rainforests and coral reefs we see in nature documentaries. The first time I peered into a microscope and saw this world for myself, I was completely mesmerized. It was like discovering that what I thought was an empty room was actually a bustling city. There were creatures swimming with purpose, others gracefully gliding through the water, and some that seemed to dance in the gentle currents. Some were hunting, others were being hunted, and many were simply going about their daily lives in ways that seemed both alien and familiar at the same time. This hidden universe has been around for billions of years, long before the first fish swam in the oceans, long before the first plants grew on land, and certainly long before humans walked the earth. These microscopic inhabitants are, in many ways, the original life forms on our planet. They've been perfecting the art of survival in water for longer than we can truly comprehend. What makes this world even more remarkable is that it's not just one type of life we're talking about. A single drop of pond water can contain bacteria, protozoa, algae, tiny multicellular animals, and even viruses. Each of these groups represents entirely different kingdoms of life, different evolutionary paths, different solutions to the challenges of existence. It's like having representatives from every corner of the tree of life all living together in a space smaller than a grain of rice. And here's something that I find particularly wonderful. This microscopic world isn't separate from our world. It's intimately connected to everything we see around us. The oxygen we breathe, the nutrients that feed the plants we eat, the cycles that keep our planet's ecosystems running. Much of this is managed and maintained by these tiny creatures we can't even see with our naked eyes. Let's begin our journey with the true pioneers of pond water life, bacteria. These remarkable little organisms are so small that even under a typical microscope, they appear as tiny dots, specks, or simple shapes. But don't let their size fool you. Bacteria are perhaps the most successful life forms on Earth, and they're absolutely essential to every ecosystem on our planet, including our tiny pond water universe. To put their size in perspective, imagine that a drop of pond water is the size of a football field. In that scale, most bacteria would be about the size of a marble. They're incredibly small, typically measuring between 0.125 micrometers in length. That means you could line up about 25,000 bacteria end-to-end across a single inch. It's almost impossible to truly comprehend how tiny they are. But what bacteria lack in size, they make up for in sheer numbers and incredible diversity. In our single drop of pond water, there might be anywhere from 10,000 to over 1 million individual bacteria. Each one is a complete, living organism with its own DNA, its own metabolism, and its own purpose in the ecosystem. They're like the busy workers of this microscopic city, each one contributing to the overall health and function of the community. One of the most fascinating things about bacteria is their incredible ability to adapt and survive in almost any environment. Some bacteria in pond water thrive in oxygen-rich conditions near the surface, while others prefer the oxygen-poor depths. Some feed on organic matter that drifts down from above, while others can actually create their own food using sunlight or chemical energy. It's like having a community where every member has a completely different job and lifestyle, yet they all work together harmoniously. Let me tell you about some of the specific types of bacteria you might find in our drop of pond water. There are the decomposers, which break down dead plant and animal matter, recycling nutrients back into the water so other organisms can use them. These bacteria are like nature's recycling crew, ensuring that nothing goes to waste and that the cycle of life continues smoothly. Then there are the photosynthetic bacteria, remarkable little organisms that can capture sunlight and convert it into chemical energy, just like plants do. These cyanobacteria, sometimes called blue-green algae, are actually not algae at all, but bacteria that have mastered the art of photosynthesis. They're incredibly important because they produce oxygen as a byproduct of their food-making process, contributing to the oxygen levels in the water that other organisms need to survive. Some bacteria in pond water are what we call chemotrophs, get their energy from chemical reactions rather than sunlight. These incredible organisms can break down various chemicals in the water, including some that would be toxic to other life forms. They're like the cleanup crew of the pond, neutralizing harmful substances and converting them into safer compounds. What I find particularly amazing about bacteria is their ancient wisdom. They've been on Earth for about 3.5 billion years, which means they've had an incredibly long time to perfect their survival strategies. They've survived ice ages, volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts, and countless other catastrophes that have wiped out many other forms of life. They're the ultimate survivors, and their presence in our pond water represents an unbroken chain of life that stretches back to the very beginning of life on Earth. Bacteria also have some truly remarkable abilities that seem almost magical. They can reproduce incredibly quickly. Some types can divide into 2 new bacteria every 20 minutes under ideal conditions. They can also share genetic material with each other, a process called horizontal gene transfer, which allows them to rapidly adapt to new challenges and opportunities. It's like having a community where everyone can instantly learn new skills from their neighbors. Many bacteria can also form what are called biofilms communities, where they stick together and work collectively. In pond water, these biofilms might form on surfaces like rocks, plants, or even floating debris. Within these communities, different bacteria can specialize in different tasks, creating a kind of microscopic society where cooperation leads to success. Now, let's meet some of the most captivating residents of our pond water drop, the protozoa. These single-celled organisms are like the graceful dancers of the microscopic world, moving through the water with an elegance that's truly mesmerizing to watch. Unlike bacteria, protozoa are large enough that we can see them clearly under a microscope, and observing their behavior feels like watching a beautifully choreographed ballet. The word protozoa comes from Greek, meaning first animals, and in many ways, that's exactly what they are. These organisms represent some of the earliest forms of animal-like life on Earth. They're much larger than bacteria, typically ranging from 10 to 50 micrometers in size, which makes them giants in our microscopic world. If our drop of pond water were the size of a football field, protozoa would be about the size of small cars moving gracefully across the landscape. What makes protozoa so fascinating is their incredible diversity in both form and movement. Each type has evolved its own unique way of navigating through the water, and watching them is like observing different swimming styles in an Olympic pool. Some glide smoothly through the water, others spiral in elegant corkscrews, and still others seem to flow like liquid mercury, constantly changing their shape as they move. Let me introduce you to some of the most common protozoa you might encounter in our pond water drop. First, there's the amoeba, perhaps the most famous of all protozoa. Amoebae are like the shapeshifters of the microscopic world. They don't have a fixed form, but instead move by extending parts of their cell membrane forward in finger-like projections called pseudopodia, which means false feet. Watching an amoeba move is like watching a blob of living jelly slowly flow across the microscope. Slide, constantly changing its shape as it explores its environment. The way an amoeba feeds is particularly fascinating. When it encounters a piece of food, perhaps a bacterium or a bit of organic matter, it simply flows around it, engulfing the food particle completely. The food becomes trapped inside a little bubble within the amoeba's body, where it's slowly digested. It's like watching someone eat by surrounding their food with their entire body. This process, called phagocytosis, is actually the same mechanism that some of our own immune cells use to engulf and destroy harmful invaders. Then there are the paramecia, which are among the most elegant swimmers in pond water. These slipper-shaped organisms are covered in thousands of tiny hairs called cilia that beat in coordinated waves, propelling them through the water with remarkable grace and speed. Watching a paramecium swim is like watching a miniature submarine glide through the water, but with far more beauty and purpose than any human-made vessel. Paramecia have some truly remarkable abilities. They can sense their environment and respond to changes in temperature, light, and chemical conditions. If they encounter something harmful, they can quickly reverse direction and swim away. They have specialized structures for collecting food and removing waste, and they can even reproduce both sexually and asexually, depending on the circumstances. Another group of protozoa that you might find in pond water are the euglena. These organisms are particularly special because they blur the line between plant and animal life. During the day, when sunlight is available, euglena can photosynthesize like plants, using chloroplasts to convert sunlight into energy. But when light is scarce, they can hunt and consume other organisms like animals. They're like the ultimate survivors, able to switch between different lifestyles depending on what the environment offers. Euglena move using a whip-like flagellum that propels them through the water in a characteristic spiraling motion. They also have a light-sensitive eye spot that helps them navigate toward optimal lighting conditions for photosynthesis. Watching Euglena move is like watching tiny green torpedoes gracefully spiraling through the water, always searching for the perfect spot to capture sunlight. One of the most dramatic protozoa in pond water is the stentor, sometimes called the trumpet animalcule because of its distinctive trumpet-like shape. These relatively large protozoa can extend themselves into long, elegant forms or contract into compact spheres when threatened. They're filter feeders, creating whirlpools with their cilia to draw bacteria and other small particles into their mouth-like opening. What's particularly amazing about stentor is their ability to regenerate. If a stentor is damaged or cut into pieces, it can actually regrow the missing parts, essentially rebuilding itself from scratch. This incredible ability makes them seem almost magical, like tiny water phoenixes that can rise from their own destruction. The social behavior of some protozoa is also fascinating. While they're single-celled organisms, many protozoa can communicate with each other through chemical signals. They can coordinate their movements, share resources, and even form temporary communities when conditions are right. It's like watching a city of individual organisms that can work together when needed, each maintaining their independence while contributing to the greater good. In our journey through the microscopic world of pond water, we now encounter what I like to call the green architects, the algae. These remarkable organisms are the primary builders of our aquatic ecosystem, creating the foundation upon which so much other life depends. They're the photosynthetic powerhouses of the pond, converting sunlight into the chemical energy that fuels most of the life in our tiny drop of water. Algae come in an astonishing variety of forms, from single-celled organisms smaller than many bacteria to complex, multicellular structures that can form beautiful, intricate patterns. What unites them all is their ability to perform photosynthesis, the miraculous process of capturing sunlight and carbon dioxide and converting them into sugars and oxygen. In essence, they're like tiny solar panels floating in our pond water, constantly working to harness the sun's energy. One of the most common types of algae you'll find in pond water is the diatom. These organisms are like living jewels, encased in intricate glass-like shells made of silica. Each species of diatom has its own unique shell pattern, ranging from simple geometric shapes to incredibly complex designs that look like they were created by a master craftsman. Some look like tiny pillboxes, others like delicate flowers, and still others like intricate snowflakes. The shells of diatoms are so beautiful and precisely made that they've actually been used to test the quality of microscope lenses. The intricate patterns etched into these microscopic shells are so fine that they can only be seen clearly with the highest quality optical equipment. It's remarkable to think that these natural works of art are being created constantly by tiny organisms in pond water all around us. What makes diatoms particularly fascinating is their incredible diversity. There are thought to be over 100,000 different species of diatoms, each with its own unique shell design and ecological niche. Some float freely in the water column, while others attach themselves to surfaces like rocks or plants. Some prefer nutrient-rich waters, while others thrive in more pristine conditions. This diversity means that by looking at the types of diatoms present in a pond, scientists can learn a great deal about the health and characteristics of that ecosystem. Another type of algae commonly found in pond water is the green algae, which includes organisms like chlorella and centrodismus. These bright green spherical cells are like tiny emeralds scattered throughout the water. They're incredibly efficient at photosynthesis and can reproduce rapidly under the right conditions. A single green algae cell can divide into 2, 4, or even 8 new cells within just a few hours, leading to the rapid population growth that sometimes causes pond water to turn bright green. Some green algae form beautiful colonies, creating geometric patterns that are truly stunning to observe under a microscope. Volvox, for example, forms spherical colonies that look like tiny green planets floating through the water. Each colony is made up of hundreds or thousands of individual cells, all working together in perfect coordination. The cells on the outside of the sphere beat their flagella in unison, causing the entire colony to roll through the water like a living ball. What's particularly amazing about Volvox is that it represents one of the earliest examples of multicellular organization in the natural world. Within each colony, there are specialized cells that perform different functions. Some are responsible for movement, others for reproduction, and still others for sensing the environment. It's like a tiny society where each member has a specific role to play in the success of the whole group. The filamentous algae, such as Spirogyra, create long, thread-like chains that can stretch across our field of view like green ribbons. These algae are particularly beautiful because their chloroplasts are arranged in spiral patterns within each cell, creating a twisted, helical appearance that gives them their name. Under the microscope, they look like delicate green silk threads, embroidered with intricate patterns. Spirogyra has a particularly fascinating method of reproduction called conjugation. When conditions are right, 2 filaments will line up next to each other and form bridges between their cells. The contents of one cell will then flow across this bridge and fuse with the contents of the corresponding cell in the other filament. It's like watching 2 organisms hold hands and share their genetic material, creating new individuals that combine traits from both parents. One of the most important roles that algae play in our pond water ecosystem is oxygen production. Through photosynthesis, algae release oxygen as a byproduct, and this oxygen is essential for the survival of many other organisms in the water. In fact, algae and other photosynthetic organisms in aquatic environments produce a significant portion of the oxygen in our atmosphere. When you take a breath of fresh air, there's a good chance that some of that oxygen was produced by tiny algae in a pond or lake somewhere. Algae also form the base of the food chain in pond ecosystems. They convert sunlight into chemical energy in the form of sugars, and this energy is then passed up through the food chain as other organisms consume the algae. Protozoa graze on algae like microscopic cattle. Bacteria decompose dead algae and recycle their nutrients, and larger organisms depend on the oxygen that algae produce. Without algae, the entire pond ecosystem would collapse. The seasonal changes in algae populations create a dynamic, ever-changing environment in pond water. In spring, as temperatures rise and daylight hours increase, algae populations can explode in what's called a bloom. The water may turn bright green, and the microscopic community undergoes dramatic changes as different species compete for resources and space. In winter, when light is scarce and temperatures drop, many algae enter dormant states, waiting for better conditions to return. Among the most enchanting creatures in our drop of pond water are the rotifers, tiny multicellular animals that look like they've stepped out of a fairy tale. These microscopic marvels are true animals, complete with organs, tissues, and complex behaviors, yet they're so small that hundreds of them could fit comfortably in the period at the end of this sentence. Watching rotifers under a microscope is like peering into a miniature world where every creature seems to have been designed by a whimsical artist. The name rotifer comes from Latin words meaning wheelbearer, and once you see one in action, you'll understand why. At the front of each rotifer is a crown of tiny hair-like structures that beat in coordinated waves. When these cilia move, they create the illusion of spinning wheels, giving the rotifer its characteristic appearance. It's as if each tiny animal is equipped with its own set of propellers, allowing it to navigate through the water with remarkable precision and grace. But these wheels aren't just for show. They're incredibly sophisticated feeding mechanisms. As the cilia beat, they create water currents that draw bacteria, algae, and other tiny particles directly into the rotifer's mouth. It's like watching a microscopic vacuum cleaner that's alive and swimming around, constantly collecting food from the water around it. The efficiency of this feeding system is truly remarkable, allowing rotifers to thrive in environments where food particles are sparse and scattered. What makes rotifers particularly fascinating is their complex internal structure. Despite being microscopic, they have distinct organs and systems that rival those of much larger animals. They have a brain, albeit a tiny one, that coordinates their movements and behaviors. They have muscles that allow them to extend and contract their bodies. They have a digestive system with a mouth, stomach, and intestines. And they have reproductive organs that enable them to create the next generation of rotifers. One of the most remarkable features of rotifers is their mastaxa, specialized jaw structure that's unique to these animals. The mastaxas is like a tiny, grinding mill located in the rotifer's throat. It consists of several hard plates that can move against each other, crushing and grinding food particles before they're swallowed. Different species of rotifers have differently shaped mastax structures, specialized for their particular diets. Some are designed for crushing algae, others for grinding bacteria, and still others for capturing and processing larger prey. The diversity of rotifer species is truly astounding. Scientists have identified over 2,000 different species, each with its own unique adaptations and lifestyle. Some rotifers are free-swimming, constantly moving through the water in search of food. Others are sessile, attaching themselves to surfaces and waiting for food to drift by. Some live solitary lives, while others form colonies that work together like microscopic communities. Many rotifers have the ability to retract their entire front end, including their wheel-like corona into their body when threatened. This defensive mechanism is like watching a tiny telescope collapse in on itself, transforming the rotifer from an active, swimming creature into a compact, protected ball. When the danger passes, the rotifer can extend its corona again and resume its normal activities. It's a remarkable adaptation that allows these tiny animals to survive in a world full of predators. The reproductive strategies of rotifers are particularly interesting and diverse. Many species can reproduce both sexually and asexually, switching between these modes depending on environmental conditions. During favorable conditions, female rotifers can produce offspring through parthenogenesis, essentially creating genetic clones of themselves without the need for males. This allows populations to grow rapidly when food is abundant and conditions are good. But when conditions become challenging, perhaps when food becomes scarce or when the pond begins to dry up, rotifers switch to sexual reproduction. This mode of reproduction creates genetic diversity, producing offspring with different combinations of traits that might be better suited to survive harsh conditions. Some rotifers can even produce special resting eggs that can survive complete desiccation, waiting months or even years for conditions to improve before hatching. One of the most remarkable groups of rotifers is the beetalloid rotifers, which have been reproducing asexually for millions of years. These all-female populations have survived without sexual reproduction for so long that they've been called ancient asexuals. They've also evolved the incredible ability to completely dry out and return to life when water becomes available again. They can literally turn to dust and blow away in the wind, only to rehydrate and resume their normal activities when they land in a suitable puddle or pond. The behavior of rotifers is surprisingly complex for such tiny animals. They can exhibit learning, memory, and even what appears to be decision-making. Some species show circadian rhythms, being more active at certain times of day. Others demonstrate sophisticated hunting behaviors, actively pursuing their prey rather than simply waiting for food to drift by. Watching rotifers under a microscope, you can see them pause, change direction, and seem to think about their next move. In the ecological web of pond water, rotifers occupy a crucial position. They're important grazers, helping to control populations of bacteria and algae. They're also a vital food source for larger organisms, including other protozoa, small crustaceans, and even young fish. Their role in recycling nutrients is equally important as they feed and excrete waste. They help distribute nutrients throughout the water column, making them available for other organisms. The seasonal dynamics of rotifer populations add another layer of complexity to pond ecosystems. Different species dominate at different times of year, creating a constantly changing community structure. Some species are adapted to cold water and thrive in winter, while others prefer the warm waters of summer. This seasonal succession ensures that there are always rotifers present to fill important ecological roles throughout the year. Among all the remarkable creatures we might encounter in our drop of pond water, perhaps none are as legendary as the tardigrades. These microscopic animals, also known as water bears or moss piglets, are truly the superheroes of the microbial world. They're creatures that seem to defy the very laws of biology, possessing abilities that would make comic book heroes jealous. When you first see a tardigrade under a microscope, you might think you're looking at a tiny, chubby bear wandering through a microscopic landscape, and that impression isn't far from the truth. Tardigrades are quite large by pond water standards, typically measuring about 0.1 to 1.5 millimeters in length. If our drop of pond water was scaled up to the size of a football field, a tardigrade would be about the size of a small building. They have a distinctive body plan with 4 pairs of stubby legs ending in claws, giving them their bear-like appearance. Their movements are deliberate and purposeful, like a tiny astronaut exploring an alien landscape in slow motion. What makes tardigrades truly extraordinary is their incredible ability to survive in conditions that would kill virtually any other form of life. They can survive temperatures as low as -272 degrees Celsius, just 1 degree above absolute zero, and as high as 150 degrees Celsius. They can withstand radiation doses that are hundreds of times higher than what would be fatal to humans. They can survive in the vacuum of space, and they can go without food or water for decades. It's as if nature decided to create the ultimate survivor and packed all of its survival skills into a microscopic package. The secret to tardigrade survival lies in their ability to enter a state called cryptobiosis, which literally means hidden life. When conditions become unfavorable, perhaps when the pond begins to dry up, or when temperatures drop to low, tardigrades can essentially shut down their metabolism completely. They curl up into a tight ball, expel most of the water from their bodies, and enter a state that's almost indistinguishable from death. In this state, they can survive for years, even decades, until conditions improve and they can return to active life. The process of entering and exiting cryptobiosis is remarkable to witness. As a tardigrade begins to dehydrate, you can watch it slowly contract and curl up, its movements becoming slower and more deliberate. Its body becomes darker and more compact, until it looks like a tiny, wrinkled raisin. But when water returns, the transformation is even more amazing. The tardigrade slowly expands, its body filling out and becoming transparent again. Within minutes or hours, it's back to its normal, active state, as if nothing had happened. Tardigrades are also remarkable for their diversity. There are over 1,000 known species of tardigrades, each with its own unique characteristics and adaptations. Some are purely aquatic, living their entire lives in pond water, while others are terrestrial, inhabiting the thin films of water that surround moss and other plants. Some are herbivores, feeding on algae and plant matter, while others are carnivores, hunting bacteria and other microorganisms. A few species are even parasitic, living inside other organisms. The feeding behavior of tardigrades is particularly fascinating. They have a unique feeding apparatus called a bucopharyngeal apparatus, which includes a set of sharp stylets that they can extend from their mouths. These stylets work like tiny needles, piercing the cell walls of their prey and allowing the tardigrade to suck out the contents. It's like watching a microscopic vampire, but instead of blood, they're consuming the cellular fluids of algae or bacteria. Some tardigrades are surprisingly social creatures. While many species are solitary, some gather in groups, particularly during feeding or reproduction. You might find several tardigrades clustered around a particularly rich food source, each one methodically feeding while seemingly ignoring the others. There's something almost companionable about these gatherings, as if these tiny creatures enjoy each other's company. The reproductive strategies of tardigrades are as diverse as the animals themselves. Most species reproduce sexually, with males and females coming together to mate. The courtship behaviors can be quite elaborate, with males performing what appears to be a dance to attract females. Some species are hermaphroditic, possessing both male and female reproductive organs, and a few species can reproduce parthenogenetically, with females producing offspring without mating. When tardigrades reproduce, they often molt their entire outer cuticle, leaving behind a transparent shell that can serve as a protective casing for their eggs. The female lays her eggs inside this molted skin, creating a safe nursery for the developing offspring. The eggs are remarkably resistant to environmental stress, able to survive conditions that would kill adult tardigrades. When the young hatch, they emerge as miniature versions of their parents, ready to begin their own microscopic adventures. One of the most remarkable things about tardigrades is their role in scientific research. Because of their incredible survival abilities, scientists have used tardigrades to study the limits of life itself. They've been sent into space to test whether life can survive in the vacuum of space. They've been exposed to extreme radiation to understand how life might survive on other planets. They've been studied to learn about the mechanisms of aging and death. In many ways, tardigrades have become our ambassadors to the extremes of existence. In recent years, scientists have made remarkable discoveries about tardigrade genetics and evolution. They've found that tardigrades have acquired genes from bacteria, plants, and other organisms throughout their evolutionary history, a process called horizontal gene transfer. This genetic borrowing may be one of the secrets to their incredible survival abilities. They've essentially collected survival tools from across the tree of life and incorporated them into their own genetic toolkit. The discovery of tardigrades in our pond water sample is always a special moment. These creatures represent the ultimate expression of life's tenacity and adaptability. They remind us that even in the most humble drop of water, there are organisms that have mastered the art of survival in ways that we're only beginning to understand. They're living proof that life is far more resilient and creative than we often imagine, and that the microscopic world is full of wonders that rival anything in the visible world around us. As we continue our gentle exploration of pond water life, we encounter another fascinating group of organisms that often go unnoticed but play crucial roles in the ecosystem: fungi and yeasts. These organisms represent an entire kingdom of life that's neither plant nor animal, but something wonderfully unique. In our drop of pond water, they exist as microscopic threads, single cells, and spores, working tirelessly behind the scenes to keep the ecosystem functioning smoothly. Fungi are the master recyclers of the pond water world. While they might not be as immediately visible or dramatic as a swimming paramecium or a crawling tardigrade, their presence is absolutely essential. They're the quiet workers who break down dead organic matter, decompose fallen leaves and twigs that drift into the pond, and recycle nutrients back into the water where other organisms can use them. Without fungi, our pond water would quickly become clogged with dead material, and the entire ecosystem would collapse. The most common fungi in pond water are aquatic hyphomycetes, which exist as microscopic threads called hyphae. These hyphae are incredibly fine, much thinner than a human hair, and they spread through the water like an invisible web. They're constantly growing, branching, and exploring their environment, searching for organic matter to decompose. When they find a suitable substrate, such as a piece of decaying plant material, they release enzymes that break down complex organic molecules into simpler compounds that can be absorbed and used by other organisms. What makes aquatic fungi particularly fascinating is their specialized reproductive structures. Many species produce conidium microscopic spores that are shaped like tiny works of art. Some look like miniature stars, others like delicate spirals, and still others like intricate geometric patterns. These spores are designed to float through the water, spreading the fungus to new locations where it can establish new colonies. Each species has its own unique spore shape, like a microscopic signature that identifies it among the thousands of other fungal species in aquatic environments. Yeasts, which are single-celled fungi, are another important component of pond water ecosystems. Unlike their multicellular relatives, yeasts exist as individual cells that reproduce by budding, a process where a small daughter cell grows from the parent cell and then separates to begin its own independent life. Under a microscope, you can often see yeast cells in various stages of budding, looking like tiny balloons, with smaller balloons growing from their surfaces. Many yeasts in pond water are involved in fermentation processes, breaking down sugars and other organic compounds and producing various byproducts. Some of these byproducts are nutrients that other organisms can use, while others serve as chemical signals that help coordinate the activities of the microbial community. It's like having a microscopic communication network, where yeasts are constantly sending chemical messages to their neighbors about resource availability and environmental conditions. One of the most remarkable aspects of fungi in pond water is their ability to form symbiotic relationships with other organisms. Some fungi form partnerships with algae, creating composite organisms that benefit both partners. The algae provide the fungi with sugars produced through photosynthesis, while the fungi provide the algae with nutrients and protection. These partnerships are so successful that they've evolved independently many times throughout the history of life on Earth. Fungi also play important roles as pathogens and parasites in pond ecosystems. Some species specialize in infecting particular types of algae or protozoa, helping to control populations and maintain balance in the ecosystem. When algae populations become too large, fungal parasites can help bring them back under control, preventing any one species from dominating the ecosystem. It's a natural form of population regulation that helps maintain the diversity and stability of the pond water community. The seasonal dynamics of fungi in pond water are particularly interesting. Different species dominate at different times of year, depending on factors like temperature, nutrient availability, and the types of organic matter entering the pond. In autumn, when leaves fall into the pond, fungi that specialize in decomposing leaf litter become more abundant. In spring, when algae populations begin to grow, fungi that feed on algae become more prominent. This seasonal succession ensures that there are always fungi present to perform essential ecosystem functions throughout the year. Some fungi produce fascinating and complex reproductive structures that are truly works of art. Water molds, for example, can produce intricate branching patterns that look like miniature trees or coral formations. These structures are designed to maximize the surface area for spore production and release, ensuring that the fungus can spread its offspring as widely as possible through the water. The mathematical precision of these patterns is remarkable, following rules of growth and branching that create beautiful, fractal-like structures. The chemistry of pond water fungi is equally fascinating. Many species produce secondary metabolites, chemical compounds that serve various purposes beyond basic metabolism. Some of these compounds are antibiotics that help the fungi compete with bacteria for resources. Others are toxins that protect the fungi from being eaten by protozoa or other predators. Still others are signaling molecules that help coordinate the peptides of the fungal community or communicate with other organisms in the ecosystem. One of the most important roles of fungi in pond water is their contribution to nutrient cycling. As they break down organic matter, they release nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus back into the water in forms that can be used by algae and other primary producers. This recycling process is essential for maintaining the productivity of the ecosystem. Without fungi, nutrients would become locked up in dead organic matter, unavailable to living organisms. The study of pond water fungi has revealed some surprising discoveries about the diversity and complexity of fungal life. Scientists have found that even a single drop of pond water can contain dozens of different fungal species, each with its own unique ecological niche and role in the ecosystem. Some of these species are so specialized that they can only survive in very specific conditions, making them important indicators of environmental health and water quality. The relationship between fungi and water quality is particularly important. For understanding pond ecosystems, certain fungi are sensitive to pollution and will disappear when water quality declines, while others are more tolerant and may even increase in polluted conditions. By studying the fungal communities in pond water, scientists can assess the health of the ecosystem and detect environmental changes before they become obvious through other means. Now that we've met many of the individual characters in our pond water drama, let's step back and appreciate the intricate web of relationships that connects them all. In our tiny drop of water, nothing exists in isolation. Every organism is connected to every other organism through an incredibly complex network of interactions that rival the most sophisticated ecosystems on Earth. It's like watching a carefully choreographed dance where every performer knows their role and responds to the movements of all the others. At the foundation of this microscopic web are the primary producers, the algae and photosynthetic bacteria that capture sunlight and convert it into chemical energy. These organisms are like the green plants of a forest, providing the basic energy that powers the entire ecosystem. But unlike a forest, where the trees are obvious and dominant, in pond water these primary producers are scattered throughout the environment, some floating freely, others attached to surfaces, creating a three-dimensional garden that extends through every part of our water drop. The herbivores of this microscopic world, primarily protozoa like paramecia and various flagellates, graze on these primary producers like tiny cattle in a three-dimensional pasture. But this grazing relationship is far more complex than it might first appear. The grazers don't simply consume the producers. They also help regulate their populations, preventing any single species from becoming too dominant. This grazing pressure actually promotes diversity among the primary producers, as different species develop different strategies to avoid being eaten. Some algae respond to grazing pressure by forming colonies that are too large for individual protozoa to consume. Others develop protective shells or spines that make them difficult to digest. Still others time their reproduction to coincide with periods when grazing pressure is low. It's like an evolutionary arms race, with each side constantly developing new strategies to gain an advantage over the other. The predators in this microscopic world add another layer of complexity to the web. Larger protozoa hunt smaller ones, rotifers feed on bacteria and small algae, and some organisms are both predator and prey depending on their size and the availability of food. This creates a dynamic balance where population sizes are constantly fluctuating based on the complex interactions between predators and prey. What makes these predator-prey relationships particularly fascinating is their immediacy. In larger ecosystems, the effects of predation on prey populations might take weeks or months to become apparent. But in the microscopic world, with its rapid generation times and high population densities, these effects can be seen within hours or days. You can literally watch the population dynamics play out in real time under a microscope. The decomposers, bacteria and fungi form the crucial recycling network that keeps nutrients flowing through the system. When any organism dies, whether it's a bacterium or a rotifer, the decomposers immediately begin breaking down its body and releasing its nutrients back into the water. This process is so efficient that very little organic matter is ever completely lost from the system. Instead, the atoms and molecules that make up one organism are constantly being recycled into new organisms. But the relationships in pond water go far beyond simple predator-prey and decomposer interactions. There are numerous examples of cooperation, symbiosis, and mutual benefit that create a more complex and interconnected web. Some bacteria form partnerships with algae, providing them with essential nutrients in exchange for sugars produced through photosynthesis. Some protozoa harbor symbiotic algae within their bodies, creating a mobile partnership where both organisms benefit from the relationship. The chemical communication network in pond water is particularly sophisticated. Organisms release various chemicals that can attract mates, warn of danger, coordinate group behaviors, or inhibit the growth of competitors. These chemical signals create an invisible communication network that allows organisms to respond to changes in their environment and coordinate their activities with other members of their species. Some of the most interesting interactions occur between organisms that might seem completely unrelated. For example, some bacteria produce chemicals that can influence the behavior of protozoa, either attracting them to areas where the bacteria are abundant or repelling them from areas where bacterial populations are too high. This creates a kind of chemical landscape that influences the distribution and movement of organisms throughout the pond water. The physical structure of pond water also plays a crucial role in shaping these relationships. The water itself is not uniform. It has gradients of temperature, oxygen concentration, pH, and nutrient availability that create different microenvironments within our single drop. Some organisms prefer the oxygen-rich water near the surface, while others thrive in the oxygen-poor depths. Some seek out areas with high nutrient concentrations, while others prefer more pristine conditions. These microenvironments create opportunities for niche specialization, where different organisms can coexist by exploiting different parts of the available resources. It's like having a city where different neighborhoods have different characteristics, allowing various types of residents to find their perfect living situation within the same overall community. The temporal dynamics of these relationships add yet another layer of complexity. The interactions between organisms change throughout the day, with some organisms being more active during certain times and others following different schedules. There are also seasonal changes that affect the entire community, with different species dominating at different times of year and different types of interactions becoming more or less important as conditions change. One of the most remarkable aspects of these microscopic relationships is their resilience. Despite the apparent fragility of individual organisms, the web of interactions is remarkably stable and able to recover from disturbances. If one species is temporarily eliminated by environmental stress, other species can often fill its ecological role until conditions allow the original species to return. This redundancy and flexibility make pond water ecosystems surprisingly robust and able to persist through changing conditions. The study of these microscopic interactions has revealed principles that apply to ecosystems at all scales. The same basic patterns of competition, cooperation, predation, and symbiosis that we see in pond water also occur in forests, grasslands, and coral reefs. By understanding how these relationships work in the microscopic world, we can gain insights into the functioning of all natural ecosystems. Perhaps most importantly, these relationships remind us that even the smallest organisms are part of something larger than themselves. In our drop of pond water, no organism exists in isolation. Each one is connected to all the others through countless invisible threads of interaction and interdependence. It's a beautiful reminder that life is fundamentally about relationships, connections, and the complex web of interactions that bind all living things together. As we delve deeper into the hidden world of pond water, we discover that this microscopic universe is not static but pulses with the rhythms of the seasons. Like a great symphony with multiple movements, the composition of life in our pond water changes throughout the year, creating a dynamic and ever-evolving ecosystem that responds to the subtle cues of temperature, light, and nutrient availability. Spring arrives in pond water long before we notice it in the world above. As the days grow longer and the water temperature begins to rise, even by just a few degrees, the microscopic community stirs to life. The first movement of our seasonal symphony begins with the awakening of dormant organisms that have waited. Through the winter months, algae spores that have been resting in the sediment begin to germinate. Bacterial populations that have been suppressed by cold temperatures start to multiply, and the first pioneer species establish themselves in the warming water. The spring bloom is one of the most dramatic events in pond water ecosystems. As light levels increase and nutrients become available from the decomposition of winter debris, certain species of algae can multiply explosively in just a few days. The population of these organisms can increase by orders of magnitude, turning the water from clear to green almost overnight. This bloom represents a massive transfer of energy from the physical environment into the biological community, setting the stage for all the life that will follow. But the spring bloom is not just about algae. As these primary producers multiply, they create new opportunities for the organisms that feed on them. Protozoa populations begin to increase, tracking the abundance of their food sources. Rotifers emerge from their winter resting stages and begin to graze on the burgeoning bacterial populations. The entire food web begins to wake up and stretch, like a sleeping giant gradually coming to life. The timing of these spring events is crucial. Different species respond to different environmental cues, and the precise timing of their emergence can determine the structure of the entire community for the rest of the year. Some species are triggered by temperature changes, others by light levels, and still others by chemical signals from other organisms. This creates a complex choreography where the success of each species depends not just on its own capabilities, but on its ability to synchronize with the rest of the community. As spring progresses into summer, the character of the pond water community changes dramatically. The massive algae populations of the spring bloom begin to decline as nutrients become scarce and grazing pressure increases. This creates opportunities for different species that are better adapted to nutrient-poor conditions, or that can exploit resources that weren't available during the bloom period. Summer brings its own set of challenges and opportunities. Higher temperatures increase metabolic rates, causing all biological processes to speed up. This can lead to rapid population growth, but it also means that organisms burn through their energy reserves more quickly. The increased temperature also affects the chemistry of the water, reducing the amount of dissolved oxygen and changing the pH levels. These changes create new niches for organisms that are specifically adapted to warm, oxygen-poor conditions. The summer community is typically more diverse and complex than the spring community. With more stable conditions and abundant resources, specialized species can establish themselves and occupy specific niches. Predator-prey relationships become more complex, with multiple layers of the food web operating simultaneously. The community reaches its peak diversity and complexity during the warm summer months. But summer also brings periods of stress. In shallow ponds, water levels may drop due to evaporation, concentrating organisms and increasing competition for resources. High temperatures can create thermal stratification, where different layers of water have different temperatures and oxygen levels. These conditions can create dramatic changes in the vertical distribution of organisms, with some species migrating up or down in the water column to find optimal conditions. That the transition from summer to autumn brings another dramatic shift in the pond water community. As temperatures begin to drop and daylight hours decrease, many organisms begin to prepare for winter. Some species produce resting stages, tough, drought-resistant forms that can survive harsh conditions. Others migrate to deeper, more stable parts of the pond. Still others begin to accumulate energy reserves that will sustain them through the winter months. Autumn is also a time of great productivity in pond water ecosystems, as leaves fall from surrounding trees and decompose in the water. They release nutrients that fuel another period of growth. This autumn pulse of productivity is different from the spring bloom, more gradual and sustained, supporting communities that are adapted to cooler conditions and the specific nutrients that come from decomposing terrestrial vegetation. The autumn community often includes species that are rarely seen at other times of year. Some organisms are specifically adapted to the cooler temperatures and shorter days of autumn. Others are opportunists that take advantage of the changing conditions to exploit resources that become available as the summer community breaks down. The composition of the community can change dramatically from week to week as different species respond to the changing conditions that winter brings. The most dramatic changes to pond water ecosystems. In temperate regions, the surface of the pond may freeze, creating a barrier between the water and the atmosphere. This has profound effects on the chemistry of the water, as oxygen levels drop and carbon dioxide accumulates. The reduced light levels under the ice limit photosynthesis, and the cold temperatures slow down all biological processes. But winter in pond water is not a time of death. It's a time of patient waiting. Many organisms enter dormant states, reducing their metabolic activity to a minimum and surviving on stored energy reserves. Others continue to be active, but at a much slower pace. The winter community is typically dominated by species that are specifically adapted to cold, oxygen conditions. The winter community often includes organisms that are rarely seen at other times of year. Some bacteria and fungi are specifically adapted to cold conditions and may actually increase in abundance during winter. Some protozoa have cold-adapted forms that allow them to remain active even when temperatures approach freezing. These winter specialists play crucial roles in maintaining ecosystem functions during the coldest months. One of the most remarkable aspects of seasonal changes in pond water is their predictability. Despite the apparent chaos of millions of microscopic organisms interacting in complex ways, there are consistent patterns that repeat year after year. The same species tend to dominate at the same times of year, the same succession patterns occur, and the same environmental factors trigger the same responses. This predictability is a testament to the deep evolutionary history of these organisms. Over millions of years, they have evolved finely tuned responses to seasonal changes that allow them to survive and thrive in their ever-changing environment. Each species has its own calendar of activity, its own set of cues that tell it when to grow, when to reproduce, when to rest, and when to prepare for the next season. The seasonal symphony of pond water reminds us that life is not just about individual organisms, but about the complex temporal patterns that emerge from the interactions of entire communities. It's a beautiful example of how simple rules grow when conditions are good, rest when they're bad, reproduce when resources are abundant, can create complex and beautiful patterns when played out across millions of individual organisms over the course of a year. As we near the end of our journey through the microscopic world of pond water, it's time to reflect on the profound wisdom that these ancient organisms have to offer us. The creatures we've encountered in our single drop of water represent some of the oldest forms of life on Earth, and their continued existence is a testament to their incredible adaptability and resilience. They have witnessed the rise and fall of countless species, survived mass extinctions, and adapted to changing environments for billions of years. The bacteria in our pond water are direct descendants of the first living organisms on Earth. They carry within their simple structures the accumulated wisdom of 3.5 billion years of evolution. During this incomprehensibly long time, they have perfected the art of survival, developing strategies that allow them to thrive in virtually every environment on our planet. Their success lies not in complexity, but in simplicity, efficiency, and adaptability. These ancient bacteria teach us about the power of cooperation. Long before complex organisms evolved, bacteria were already working together in communities, sharing resources, exchanging genetic information, and coordinating their activities for mutual benefit. They developed the first ecosystems, the first food webs, and the first examples of sustainable living. Their communities are models of efficiency, where nothing is wasted and every organism contributes to the health of the whole. The photosynthetic organisms in our pond water, both bacteria and algae, represent one of the most important innovations in the history of life. The ability to capture sunlight and convert it into chemical energy. This process, which we call photosynthesis, literally changed the chemistry of our planet's atmosphere and made possible all the complex life we see today. The oxygen we breathe, the food we eat, and the energy that powers our civilization all ultimately derive from this ancient innovation. The protozoa in our pond water represent another crucial step in the evolution of life. The development of complex cellular structures and behaviors. These single-celled organisms demonstrate that complexity doesn't require size. Within their microscopic bodies, they have evolved sophisticated sensory systems, elaborate feeding mechanisms, and complex reproductive strategies. They show us that intelligence and awareness can exist at the smallest scales of life. The rotifers and tardigrades in our pond water represent the wisdom of multicellular organization. These tiny animals show us how individual cells can work together to create organisms that are greater than the sum of their parts. They demonstrate the power of specialization, where different parts of an organism can evolve to perform different functions, leading to incredible efficiency and capability. Perhaps most importantly, the tardigrades teach us about resilience and the incredible tenacity of life. Their ability to survive in conditions that would kill virtually any other organism reminds us that life is far more robust and adaptable than we often imagine. They show us that with the right strategies and adaptations, life can persist through almost any challenge that the universe might throw at it. The fungi in our pond water represent the wisdom of recycling and renewal. These organisms have mastered the art of breaking down complex organic matter and returning nutrients to the ecosystem. They teach us that death is not an ending but a transformation, that the materials of life are constantly being recycled and reused. Their patient, persistent work ensures that the cycle of life continues unbroken. The seasonal patterns we observe in pond water communities teach us about the importance of timing and patience. These organisms have learned to synchronize their activities with the rhythms of the natural world, growing when conditions are favorable and resting when they're not. They show us that sustainability comes not from constant growth, but from understanding when to act and when to wait. The complex web of interactions in pond water teaches us about the importance of diversity and interdependence. No organism in this microscopic world exists in isolation. Each one depends on others for survival, and the health of the whole community depends on the contributions of every individual. This is a powerful lesson for our own human communities about the importance of diversity, cooperation, and mutual support. The microscopic world also teaches us about the importance of scale and perspective, the drama, beauty, and complexity that we've discovered in our single drop of pond water reminds us that significance is not determined by size. Some of the most important processes that govern life on Earth occur at scales that are invisible to our naked eyes. This should inspire us to look more carefully at the world around us and to appreciate the hidden complexity that surrounds us. Everywhere, these ancient organisms also teach us about the deep connections between all life on Earth. The bacteria in our pond water are related to the bacteria in our own bodies. The algae that photosynthesize in the water are related to the chloroplasts in the plants we eat. The protozoa in the pond share fundamental cellular structures with our own cells. We are all part of the same great family of life, connected by billions of years of shared evolutionary history. The study of pond water microorganisms has also contributed enormously to our understanding of life itself. These organisms have been used as model systems to study fundamental biological processes like cell division, metabolism, reproduction, and death. They have helped us understand the mechanisms of evolution, the nature of ecosystems, and the limits of life. In many ways, our understanding of biology begins with these simple, ancient organisms. As we face the challenges of the 21st century climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion, the wisdom of these ancient organisms becomes particularly relevant. They show us that life is incredibly resilient and adaptable, but also that it requires careful stewardship and respect for the complex webs of interaction that sustain ecosystems. They remind us that we are part of a larger community of life that extends far beyond what we can see with our naked eyes. The microscopic world of pond water also reminds us of the importance of curiosity and wonder. Every time we look into a microscope and observe these tiny creatures, we are participating in one of humanity's greatest adventures, the exploration of the natural world. The sense of discovery and amazement that comes from seeing a paramecium swim for the first time, or watching a rotifer extend its corona, connects us to the long tradition of naturalists and scientists who have dedicated their lives to understanding the living world. Perhaps most importantly, the organisms in our pond water teach us about the preciousness and fragility of life. Despite their incredible resilience and adaptability, they are also vulnerable to human activities. Pollution, habitat destruction, and climate change can all disrupt the delicate balance of these microscopic communities. By understanding and appreciating these tiny creatures, we become better stewards of the natural world and more committed to protecting the environments that sustain them. The ancient wisdom of pond water organisms is ultimately a reminder that we are part of something much larger and more wonderful than ourselves. These tiny creatures have been perfecting the art of living for billions of years, and they have much to teach us about sustainability, cooperation, resilience, and the intricate beauty of life. By taking the time to observe and appreciate them, we enrich our own understanding of the world and our place within it. As our gentle journey through the microscopic world comes to a close, I hope you'll never look at a pond, a puddle, or even a glass of water in quite the same way again. What we've discovered together in our single drop of pond water is nothing short of miraculous, a complete universe filled with ancient wisdom, incredible beauty, and profound lessons about life itself. We've met the pioneer bacteria that have been perfecting the art of survival for billions of years. We've watched the graceful protozoa as they dance through their aquatic world with purpose and elegance. We've marveled at the green architects to algae that capture sunlight and transform it into the energy that powers life. We've been amazed by the resilient tardigrades that can survive in conditions that would challenge any science fiction hero. And we've discovered the intricate web of relationships that connects all these organisms in a complex, beautiful, and sustainable ecosystem. The next time you walk by a pond or lake, take a moment to pause and appreciate the incredible complexity and beauty that exists in every drop of water. Remember that you're looking at one of the oldest and most successful ecosystems on our planet, a community of organisms that has been thriving for longer than we can truly comprehend. These tiny creatures are our ancestors, our teachers, and our partners in the great adventure of life on Earth. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey into the hidden world of pond water. I hope it has filled you with the same sense of wonder and appreciation that I feel every time I peer into a microscope and discover the incredible diversity of life that surrounds us. In a world that often seems chaotic and uncertain, there's something deeply comforting about knowing that there are entire universes of life thriving quietly in every drop of water, following patterns and rhythms that have been refined over billions of years. May you carry this sense of wonder with you, always, and may you never forget that even the smallest things in our world are connected to something infinitely larger and more beautiful than ourselves. Until our next journey together, keep exploring, keep wondering, and keep discovering the magic that exists all around us. As we continue our gentle journey through this hidden world, we encounter creatures that might seem almost mythical if we hadn't seen them with our own eyes through the microscope. These are the hunters of the pond water universe, and their stories are both fascinating and surprisingly complex. In this microscopic realm, survival depends on strategies that have been refined over millions of years of evolution. Picture, if you will, a creature that looks like a tiny, transparent slipper gliding through the water with graceful, undulating movements. This is Paramecium, one of the most well-known residents of pond water. And while it might appear peaceful and harmless, it's actually a skilled predator in its own right. The Paramecium moves through the water using thousands of tiny hair-like structures called cilia that beat in coordinated waves, creating currents that draw food particles and smaller organisms directly into its mouth-like opening. What makes Paramecium particularly fascinating is how it processes its meals. As it glides through the water, it creates a feeding current that sweeps bacteria, algae, and other small particles into a specialized structure called the oral groove. This groove acts like a funnel, directing food toward the cytostome, which is essentially the cell's mouth. Once inside, the food is packaged into digestive vacuoles that move through the cell like tiny traveling restaurants, breaking down the nutrients and absorbing what the cell needs to survive. But Paramecium isn't the apex predator of our pond water drop. That distinction belongs to creatures that are even more remarkable in their hunting strategies. One of the most impressive is Didinium, a barrel-shaped ciliate that has evolved specifically to hunt other ciliates, particularly Paramecium. Watching Didinium hunt is like witnessing a microscopic torpedo in action. This tiny predator, barely visible even under high magnification, moves through the water with determined purpose, using chemical signals to track down its prey. When Didinium encounters a paramecium, something extraordinary happens. The predator extends a cone-like proboscis from its front end, which it uses to pierce the prey's cell membrane. What follows is a feeding process that seems almost impossible. Given the size difference, the Didinium, which is often smaller than its prey, somehow manages to engulf the entire paramecium, stretching its own cell membrane to accommodate the meal. It's like watching a snake swallow an egg. But at the cellular level, the relationship between Didinium and paramecium has been studied extensively by scientists, and it reveals something beautiful about the balance of life in these microscopic ecosystems. When Didinium populations grow to large, they quickly consume most of the available paramecium, which leads to a crash in their own population due to lack of food. This allows the paramecium population to recover, which in turn supports the return of Didinium. It's a perfect example of predator-prey dynamics playing out in a single drop of water. Another fascinating hunter in our pond water community is Stentor, a trumpet-shaped ciliate that has developed a completely different hunting strategy. Rather than actively pursuing prey like Didinium, Stentor is what we might call a patient ambush predator. These relatively large ciliates attach themselves to particles of debris or plant matter and extend their trumpet-shaped opening into the water current. The rim of this opening is lined with powerful cilia that create a whirlpool effect, drawing in bacteria, algae, and other small organisms. What makes Stentor particularly remarkable is its ability to contract and extend its body. When threatened, it can scrunch down into a small, compact form, but when feeding, it stretches out too many times its contracted length. This flexibility allows it to maximize its feeding efficiency while also providing protection when needed. Some species of Stentor are even capable of changing color, containing green algae within their cells that help supplement their diet through photosynthesis. As we observe these hunting strategies, we begin to understand that the microscopic world operates on principles that are both similar to and different from the macroscopic world we're familiar with. Size matters tremendously at this scale, but so does efficiency and specialization. Each hunting strategy we observe has been refined through countless generations of evolution, resulting in creatures that are perfectly adapted to their microscopic environment. Let's take a moment to appreciate the incredible complexity of these microscopic hunters. When we look at a creature like paramecium under the microscope, we're seeing an organism that, despite being a single cell, contains structures and systems that rival the complexity of much larger animals. The more we learn about these tiny beings, the more we realize that the traditional boundaries between simple and complex life forms begin to blur. Consider the remarkable structure of paramecium's surface. What appears to be a simple cell membrane is actually a sophisticated barrier system equipped with specialized structures for different functions. The entire surface is covered with those thousands of cilia we mentioned earlier, each one capable of independent movement while also coordinating with its neighbors to create the wave-like patterns that propel the cell through the water beneath. The surface, paramecium, contains specialized organelles that serve specific functions. The contractile vacuoles work like tiny pumps, collecting excess water from inside the cell and expelling it to maintain proper pressure and chemistry. This is crucial for survival in fresh water, where the cell must constantly work against pressure that would otherwise cause it to burst. The nucleus, or rather nuclei, of paramecium present another fascinating aspect of these creatures. Most paramecium species have two nuclei, a large macronucleus that controls daily cellular functions, and a smaller micronucleus that contains the genetic material used for reproduction. This dual nucleus system allows for remarkable flexibility in how the cell manages its genetic information and responds to environmental changes. The feeding structures of paramecium are equally impressive. The oral groove that we mentioned earlier isn't just a simple opening. It's a complex system of specialized cilia and membrane structures that work together to create feeding currents, sort particles by size, and package food into digestive vacuoles. These vacuoles then travel through the cell in a predetermined pattern, ensuring that nutrients are distributed efficiently throughout the organism. When we turn our attention to Didinium, we find a completely different but equally sophisticated set of predatory adaptations. This torpedo-shaped hunter has evolved a streamlined body form that minimizes drag as it moves through the water. Its cilia are arranged in specific patterns that generate maximum thrust, while also providing fine control for steering and maneuvering during the hunt. The most remarkable feature of Didinium is its proboscis, the cone-shaped structure it uses to capture prey. This isn't just a simple spike. It's a complex organ that can extend and retract, change its shape, and even inject substances into prey to subdue them. The proboscis is equipped with specialized structures called toxicysts, which are like tiny harpoons that can be fired into prey to immobilize them. The feeding process of Didinium reveals another layer of complexity. Once the proboscis has been inserted into the prey, the predator doesn't simply suck out the contents like a straw. Instead, it gradually engulfs the entire prey organism, expanding its own cell membrane to accommodate the meal. This process can take several minutes and requires precise coordination of cellular mechanisms to avoid damaging the predator's own internal structures. Stentor, our trumpet-shaped ambush predator, showcases yet another approach to microscopic architecture. Its elongated, flexible body is supported by a complex internal skeleton made of protein fibers. These fibers can contract and extend, allowing the stentor to change its shape dramatically. When fully extended, a stentor can be several times longer than when contracted, giving it remarkable versatility in how it positions itself for feeding. The feeding apparatus of stentor is perhaps the most visually striking of all our pond water predators. The trumpet-shaped opening, called a parastome, is rimmed with a spiral of powerful cilia that create a vortex in the water. This vortex draws in potential prey, but stentor doesn't simply consume everything that gets caught in the current. Instead, it uses a sophisticated sorting system to separate edible particles from debris. This sorting happens at the cellular level, with specialized structures examining each particle and either directing it toward the digestive system or ejecting it back into the water. It's like having a microscopic quality control system that ensures the stentor only processes food that will provide useful nutrients. As we delve deeper into the hunting strategies of our microscopic predators, we discover that many of them employ chemical weapons that would make any spy thriller seem tame by comparison. These tiny creatures have evolved sophisticated chemical defense and attack systems that operate on a molecular level, adding another layer of complexity to the already intricate ecosystem within our drop of pond water. Some of the most impressive chemical weapons in the microscopic world belong to creatures called dinosaurs. These single-celled organisms occupy a unique position in the pond water ecosystem, being both predators and prey. Many dinoflagellates are equipped with structures called nematocysts, which are essentially microscopic harpoons loaded with toxic chemicals. When triggered, These nematocysts fire their poison projectiles at incredible speed, injecting toxins that can paralyze or kill prey organisms. The toxins produced by moflagellates are remarkably sophisticated chemical compounds. Some affect the nervous systems of their targets, causing paralysis or disrupting normal cellular functions. Others work by breaking down cell membranes, essentially dissolving the prey from the inside out. What makes these toxins particularly effective is their specificity. They're designed to affect certain types of organisms while leaving others relatively unharmed. This chemical warfare extends beyond simple predation. Many microscopic organisms use chemical signals for communication, territory marking, and even coordinated group behaviors. In our pond water drop, we might find amoebas that release chemical attractants to lure prey, or bacteria that produce antibiotics to eliminate competing microorganisms from their immediate environment. One of the most fascinating examples of chemical interaction in pond water involves the relationship between certain bacteria and their protist predators. Some bacteria have evolved to produce compounds that are toxic to the organisms that would normally consume them. This creates an interesting dynamic where the bacteria are essentially poisonous prey, forcing their predators to either avoid them entirely or develop countermeasures to neutralize the toxins. The chemical complexity of these interactions becomes even more remarkable when we consider that many of these organisms can adjust their chemical production based on environmental conditions. A bacterium might produce more toxins when it senses the presence of predators, or a denoflagellate might increase its production of paralytic compounds when food becomes scarce and competition intensifies. Some of the most effective chemical weapons in our pond water ecosystem are produced by organisms that might not look particularly threatening. Take, for example, certain species of algae that produce compounds called allelopathic chemicals. These substances can inhibit the growth of competing algae species, effectively creating chemical dead zones around the producer. It's like a microscopic version of chemical warfare, where organisms use invisible weapons to control their environment. The blue-green algae, which aren't actually algae but rather cyanobacteria, are particularly skilled at this type of chemical warfare. Many species produce potent toxins that can affect not just other microorganisms but also larger animals that might consume contaminated water. These toxins have evolved as defense mechanisms, protecting the cyanobacteria from being eaten while also helping them compete for resources with other organisms. What makes these chemical interactions particularly fascinating is their precision. Unlike the broad-spectrum chemicals that humans might use, the toxins and other compounds produced by microorganisms are often highly specific in their targets and effects. A compound that is deadly to one type of organism might be completely harmless to another, allowing for very precise ecological interactions. This chemical sophistication extends to the ways that organisms detect and respond to chemical signals in their environment. Many microorganisms have specialized receptors that can detect incredibly small concentrations of specific compounds. A predatory amoeba might be able to follow a chemical trail left by its prey, tracking the target across relatively vast distances in microscopic terms. The chemical communication systems of microorganisms also play crucial roles in reproduction and social behaviors. Some bacteria use chemical signals to coordinate their activities, essentially forming microscopic communities that work together to achieve goals that individual cells couldn't accomplish alone. This process, known as quorum sensing, allows bacteria to determine when their population has reached a critical density and then collectively switch to new behaviors. In the transparent world of pond water, where there are no rocks to hide behind or leaves to blend into, organisms have had to develop remarkably creative solutions to the problem of avoiding detection. The art of microscopic camouflage involves strategies that are both elegant and ingenious, revealing once again the incredible adaptability of life at the smallest scales. One of the most common camouflage strategies in pond water involves transparency itself. Many organisms have evolved to be nearly invisible, with cell walls and internal structures that bend light in ways that make them extremely difficult to see. These transparent creatures can move through the water like microscopic ghosts, visible only when light hits them at just the right angle or when they're outlined against a contrasting background. But transparency isn't always enough. Some organisms have taken camouflage to the next level by incorporating other materials into their bodies. Certain species of amoebas collect tiny particles of sand, algae, or other debris and embed them in their outer membranes. This creates a kind of microscopic ghillie suit that helps them blend into their surroundings. When these amoebas are still, they can be almost impossible to distinguish from the organic debris that naturally accumulates in pond water. The testate amoebas represent perhaps the most sophisticated approach to microscopic camouflage through construction. These remarkable organisms build protective shells, called tests, from materials they collect from their environment. Some species use tiny silica scales, others prefer organic particles, and still others create intricate mosaics of different materials. The result is a protective covering that not only provides defense, but also helps the organism blend seamlessly into its surroundings. What makes these constructed camouflage systems particularly impressive is the precision with which they're built. Each testate amoeba species has its own architectural style, with specific preferences for certain types of materials and particular patterns of construction. Some create smooth, rounded shells that resemble tiny pebbles, while others build elaborate structures with spikes, ridges, or other decorative elements that help them mimic specific types of debris. The process of shell construction is itself a marvel of microscopic engineering. The amoeba must select appropriate materials from its environment, transport them to the construction site, and then precisely position each piece to create the desired structure. This requires not only the ability to manipulate materials at the cellular level, but also some form of template or blueprint that guides the construction process. Another fascinating camouflage strategy involves the use of living decorations. Some microorganisms form symbiotic relationships with other species, essentially using their partners as camouflage. A larger organism might host smaller organisms on its surface, creating a living camouflage that changes and adapts as the partner organisms grow and move. This type of camouflage is particularly effective because it's dynamic rather than static, making it much harder for predators to recognize patterns. The vorticelids represent an interesting variation on the camouflage theme. These bell-shaped organisms attach themselves to surfaces using long, flexible stalks. When threatened, they can contract their stalks almost instantly, pulling themselves down close to the surface where they become much less visible. This isn't exactly camouflage in the traditional sense, but it's a remarkably effective way of reducing their profile when danger approaches. Some organisms have evolved camouflage strategies that work on multiple levels simultaneously. Certain species of diatoms, for example, have intricate glass-like shells that not only provide protection, but also create optical effects that make them difficult to see. The complex patterns and structures of these shells can scatter light in ways that make the organism appear to shimmer and fade, creating a kind of optical camouflage that's particularly effective in the changing light conditions of pond water. The effectiveness of these camouflage strategies is often enhanced by behavioral adaptations. An organism might have excellent physical camouflage, but if it moves at the wrong time or in the wrong way, it can still be detected by predators. Many microscopic organisms have evolved specific movement patterns that complement their camouflage, such as remaining perfectly still when predators are nearby, or moving in ways that mimic the natural motion of non-living particles in the water. Chemical camouflage represents another sophisticated strategy used by some pond water organisms. Rather than trying to hide visually, these creatures mask their chemical signatures, making it difficult for predators to detect them using chemical cues. This might involve producing compounds that neutralize their natural scents, or even mimicking the chemical signatures of less palatable organisms. The arms race between predators and prey in the microscopic world has led to some remarkable evolutionary innovations in both detection and concealment. As camouflage strategies become more sophisticated, predators develop better ways of seeing through the disguises, which in turn drives the evolution of even more elaborate concealment methods. This ongoing evolutionary dance has resulted in the incredible diversity of camouflage strategies we can observe in a single drop of pond water. While we've been focusing on individual predators and their remarkable hunting strategies, some of the most fascinating behaviors in pond water occur when organisms work together. The concept of cooperation at the microscopic level might seem unlikely, but these tiny creatures have evolved sophisticated ways of coordinating their activities to achieve goals that would be impossible for individual organisms acting alone. One of the most remarkable examples of cooperative hunting in pond water involves certain species of bacteria that form what scientists call biofilms. These aren't simply random collections of bacteria stuck together. They're organized communities, with specialized roles and coordinated behaviors. Within a biofilm, different bacteria might take on different functions, with some focused on capturing nutrients, others on defense, and still others on reproduction. The formation of a biofilm is itself a complex process that requires chemical communication between individual bacteria. As bacteria begin to accumulate in a particular location, they start producing signaling molecules that attract more bacteria and coordinate their activities. Once a critical mass is reached, the bacteria undergo a dramatic transformation, changing their gene expression patterns and beginning to produce the sticky matrix that holds the biofilm together. Within the biofilm, bacteria can engage in cooperative hunting behaviors that are far more effective than anything they could accomplish individually. Some bacteria produce enzymes that break down complex organic compounds, making nutrients available to the entire community. Others produce antibiotics that eliminate competing organisms, protecting the biofilm's food sources. Still others form protective barriers that shield the interior of the biofilm from environmental threats. The social behaviors of bacteria become even more interesting when we consider how they handle resource distribution within the biofilm. Rather than competing directly for nutrients, bacteria in a biofilm often share resources through sophisticated transport systems. Nutrients captured by bacteria at the edge of the biofilm can be transported to bacteria in the interior, ensuring that the entire community benefits from the collective hunting efforts. Another fascinating example of cooperative behavior involves the relationship between certain species of algae and bacteria. These organisms form partnerships where the algae provide energy through photosynthesis, while the bacteria contribute other essential nutrients and protection. The resulting consortium is more effective at capturing and utilizing resources than either organism could be on its own. Some of the most complex cooperative behaviors occur among the protists, the larger single-celled organisms that dominate much of the pond water ecosystem. Certain species of amoebas, for example, can form temporary aggregations when food becomes scarce. These aggregations work together to break down large food particles that would be too big for individual amoebas to handle, then share the resulting nutrients among all participants. The coordination required for these cooperative behaviors is achieved through sophisticated chemical communication systems. Organisms release specific signaling molecules that can convey information about food, availability, danger, or reproductive opportunities. Other organisms in the vicinity can detect these signals and respond accordingly, creating a kind of microscopic communication network that spans the entire pond water ecosystem. One particularly interesting form of cooperation involves what scientists call farming behaviors. Some bacteria and protists actively cultivate other microorganisms as food sources. They might protect certain species of algae from predators, provide them with nutrients, or even help them reproduce, all in exchange for a steady supply of food. This is essentially microscopic agriculture, with the farmer organisms managing their crops for maximum yield. The social hunting behaviors of some flagellated protists represent another remarkable example of microscopic cooperation. These organisms can coordinate their movements to surround and capture prey that would be too large or too fast for individual hunters to handle. The coordination required for this type of group hunting involves precise timing and communication, with each participant playing a specific role in the overall strategy. Perhaps most remarkably, some microorganisms can form temporary multi-species hunting parties. Different species with complementary abilities might work together to capture prey, with each species contributing its unique skills to the collective effort. One species might be good at tracking prey, another at immobilizing it, and a third at breaking it down for consumption. The resulting partnership is more effective than any Vedesky of the individual species could be on their own. These cooperative behaviors challenge our traditional understanding of microscopic life as a collection of individual organisms competing for resources. Instead, we see complex social behaviors, communication systems, and collaborative strategies that rival those found in much larger and more complex organisms. The pond water ecosystem is not just a collection of individual hunters and prey. It's a complex society with intricate relationships and interdependencies that have evolved over billions of years. The study of these cooperative behaviors has important implications for our understanding of how life evolved and how complex behaviors can emerge from simple systems. The microscopic world of pond water provides us with a window into the fundamental processes that govern all life, from the smallest bacteria to the largest mammals. In observing these tiny cooperative hunters, we gain insights into the very nature of life itself. As we continue our gentle journey through the microscopic world of pond water, we begin to understand that survival in this tiny realm requires strategies far more sophisticated than anything we might imagine. Picture, if you will, a world where being invisible isn't just an advantage, it's often the difference between life and death. In this delicate ecosystem that exists within a single drop, organisms have evolved remarkable ways to not just survive, but to thrive in conditions that would challenge even our most creative minds. Let me share with you the story of transparency, one of the most elegant survival strategies in the microscopic world. Many of the creatures we encounter in our drop of pond water have mastered the art of being nearly invisible. Take the glass-like beauty of certain rotifers whose bodies are so transparent they seem to be made of the clearest crystal. As they glide through the water with their crown of beating cilia, they become almost ghostly in their ethereal presence. This transparency isn't just beautiful, it's a masterpiece of evolutionary engineering. When a rotifer becomes transparent, it's essentially wearing the most sophisticated camouflage imaginable. Predators searching for their next meal often rely on detecting the shadows, the outlines, the visual cues that mark prey. But a transparent rotifer becomes one with the water itself, moving like a living piece of liquid glass. The light passes through its body almost as if it weren't there at all, creating an illusion so perfect that even our most advanced optical equipment sometimes struggles to detect these creatures. But transparency is just one note in the symphony of survival strategies. Consider the remarkable world of protective casings and shells that many microscopic organisms have developed. The testate amoebas, those architects of the microscopic world, construct elaborate homes from the tiniest particles they can find. Imagine being so small that grains of sand become building blocks, and specks of sediment become the foundation for a castle that will protect you from the dangers of your liquid world. These amoebas don't just randomly stick particles together there. Selective craftsmen, choosing materials based on what's available and what will provide the best protection. Some prefer to use silica particles, creating shells that glisten like tiny jewels. Others incorporate organic matter, building homes that blend seamlessly with the detritus around them. Still others create mosaic-like patterns, each shell a unique work of art that tells the story of its creator's environment and needs. The process of building these protective homes is a meditation in patience and precision. An amoeba will extend its pseudopods, those flowing extensions of its body, to carefully select and position each particle. It's like watching a master sculptor work with materials so small that they exist at the very edge of what we can perceive. The finished shell, called a test, becomes both home and fortress, allowing the amoeba to retreat into safety when danger approaches, while still providing openings for feeding and movement. But perhaps one of the most fascinating aspects of microscopic survival is the ability to enter states of suspended animation. In our drop of pond water, we might encounter organisms that have mastered what scientists call cryptobiosis, a state so close to death that life itself seems to pause. When conditions become harsh, when food becomes scarce, or when the water begins to dry up, these remarkable creatures can essentially stop time for themselves. Tardigrades, those microscopic bears we've grown to love, are perhaps the most famous practitioners of this art. When faced with extreme conditions, they curl into a tight ball, expel almost all the water from their bodies, and enter a state called anhydrobiosis. In this condition, their metabolism slows to less than 0.01% of normal levels. They become, in essence, living crystals suspended between life and death, waiting for conditions to improve. What's truly remarkable is that tardigrades can remain in this state for decades. Scientists have revived tardigrades that had been dried and dormant for over 30 years, and they awakened as if no time had passed at all. They simply added water, and within hours, these microscopic bears were moving, feeding, and reproducing as if they had never stopped living. It's a form of time travel that science fiction writers could only dream of. Yet it happens routinely in our drop of pond water. The strategies for finding and securing food in this microscopic world are equally fascinating. Consider the patient, hunting techniques of the sessile sieve. It's those trumpet-shaped organisms that attach themselves to surfaces and wait for prey to come to them. They're like microscopic Venus flytraps, but instead of snapping shut, they create whirlpools with their cilia that draw unsuspecting prey directly into their feeding chambers. A stalked ciliate like Vorticella positions itself strategically, usually on a piece of debris or a plant fragment, and extends its bell-shaped body into the water column. Its crown of cilia beats in a coordinated rhythm, creating currents that are invisible to us but powerfully effective at the microscopic scale. Bacteria, small flagellates, and other tiny organisms get caught in these currents and are swept toward the ciliate's mouth like leaves in a gentle whirlpool. But the Vorticella has another trick up its sleeve, rather up its stalk. When danger approaches, it can contract its entire body in a fraction of a second, coiling its stalk like a spring and pulling itself down to safety. This contractile mechanism is so fast that it happens quicker than the blink of an eye, yet it's precise enough to avoid harm, while still allowing the creature to quickly return to its feeding position once the danger has passed. The microscopic world also showcases some of the most sophisticated chemical communication systems in nature. Many organisms in our drop of pond water release chemical signals that can attract mates, warn of danger, or mark territory. These chemical messages are so specific and so diluted that they would be completely undetectable to us. Yet they form the basis of complex social interactions in the microscopic realm. Some bacteria release chemical trails that others can follow, creating highways of scent that guide their microscopic companions to food sources. Other organisms release alarm pheromones when attacked, warning their neighbors of approaching predators. Still, others use chemical signals to coordinate group behaviors, forming the microscopic equivalent of social networks that span the entire drop. In our tiny world within a drop of pond water, the continuation of life takes on forms so varied and beautiful that they seem to challenge our very understanding of what reproduction can be. Here, in this microscopic realm, organisms have developed ways of creating new life that are both elegantly simple and remarkably complex. Let me guide you through this gentle dance of reproduction, where every strategy tells a story of adaptation and survival. Perhaps the most straightforward, yet no less miraculous, form of reproduction we encounter is binary fission, the simple splitting of one cell into two. Picture a paramecium, that slipper-shaped wanderer we've come to know so well, as it prepares to divide. The process begins slowly, almost meditatively, as the organism stops its constant movement and begins to elongate. Its nucleus, that control center of cellular life, starts to divide first, carefully separating its genetic material into two identical copies. As we watch this peaceful transformation, we see the paramecium's body gradually pinching in the middle, like a gentle hourglass forming in slow motion. The cell membrane begins to fold inward, creating a delicate crease that deepens with each passing moment. There's something profoundly moving about witnessing this act of cellular generosity, one life choosing to become two, sharing everything it has with its offspring. The process takes about 2 hours from start to finish, and as the final connection between the two new cells dissolves, we witness a moment of pure biological poetry. Where once there was one paramecium, now there are two identical individuals, each carrying the complete genetic legacy of their parent. They often swim away in opposite directions, as if understanding instinctively that their small world is better served by spreading out rather than staying together. But reproduction in the microscopic world isn't always about creating identical copies. Many organisms have developed ways to mix their genetic material, creating offspring that are beautifully unique. The process of conjugation in paramecia is one of the most elegant examples of this genetic sharing. When two paramecia meet and decide to exchange genetic material, they engage in what can only be described as a microscopic dance of intimacy. The two organisms come together, their cell membranes touching and then fusing at a small point of contact. Through this temporary bridge, they exchange portions of their genetic material not to create immediate offspring, but to enrich their own genetic libraries. It's like two scholars sharing their most precious books, each becoming more wise and more adaptable through the exchange. After this intimate sharing, the paramecia separate, each now genetically enhanced and better equipped to face the challenges of their microscopic world. The world of rotifers offers us yet another approach to reproduction, one that seems to combine the best of both worlds. Most of the time, female rotifers reproduce through parthenogenesis, creating offspring without the need for males. These mothers can produce clone after clone of themselves, rapidly populating their microscopic environment. When conditions are favorable, it's an efficient system that allows populations to grow quickly when resources are abundant. But here's where the rotifer strategy becomes truly sophisticated. When environmental conditions begin to change, when food becomes scarce, or when the season begins to turn, these microscopic mothers switch their reproductive strategy. They begin to produce both male and female offspring, and sexual reproduction begins. The males, often much smaller than the females, live brief but important lives, dedicated to finding mates and mixing the genetic pool. This sexual reproduction creates fertilized eggs that are incredibly hardy, capable of surviving harsh conditions that would kill the adult rotifer. These eggs can remain dormant for months or even years, waiting for conditions to improve. When favorable conditions return, they hatch into genetically diverse offspring that are better equipped to handle whatever challenges their world might present. It's a reproductive strategy that combines rapid population growth with long-term survival insurance. The colonial organisms in our drop of pond water showcase yet another beautiful approach to reproduction and survival. Take Volvox, that green sphere that rolls through the water like a living planet. This remarkable organism is actually a colony of hundreds or even thousands of individual cells, each connected to its neighbors and working together for the good of the whole. The way Volvox reproduces is like watching the birth of a new world. Within the hollow sphere of the parent colony, specialized cells begin to divide and organize themselves into daughter colonies. These developing spheres grow within the protective embrace of their parent, like planets forming within a stellar nursery. As they mature, they develop their own flagella and begin to move within the parent's hollow interior, creating a beautiful dance of spheres within spheres. When the daughter colonies are ready, the parent colony undergoes a remarkable transformation. Its outer wall begins to dissolve, and the young colonies are released into the water to begin their own independent lives. The parent colony, having given everything to create the next generation, gracefully completes its life cycle. It's an act of biological generosity that speaks to the fundamental interconnectedness of all life. Even the bacteria in our drop of pond water have their own fascinating approaches to reproduction and genetic sharing. While they primarily reproduce through binary fission, creating identical copies of themselves, they also engage in processes like conjugation, transformation, and transduction that allow them to share genetic material with other bacteria. These processes create genetic diversity that helps bacterial populations adapt to changing conditions. Bacterial conjugation is particularly remarkable because it can occur between bacteria that are not even the same species. One bacterium extends a thin bridge called a pilus to another bacterium and transfers genetic material through this connection. It's like microscopic organisms sharing evolutionary innovations, spreading beneficial traits throughout their communities, regardless of their exact genetic heritage. The timing of reproduction in the microscopic world is often tied to environmental cues in ways that seem almost magical. Many organisms can sense changes in light levels, temperature, or nutrient availability and time their reproductive cycles accordingly. They might reproduce rapidly when conditions are perfect, then switch to producing hardy survival stages when they sense that challenging times are ahead. Some organisms even appear to communicate with each other about reproductive timing, releasing chemical signals that coordinate reproduction across entire populations. This ensures that males and females are ready to mate at the same time, or that the release of reproductive stages happens when conditions are most favorable for the next generation. As we continue our gentle exploration of the microscopic world, within our drop of pond water, we encounter perhaps the most fundamental and beautiful aspect of life itself, the invisible chemistry that powers every moment of existence in this tiny realm. Here, in this microscopic universe, chemical reactions occur at scales so small and speeds so rapid that they seem to exist in a different dimension from our everyday world. Yet they are the foundation upon which all life depends. Imagine, if you will, the delicate dance of photosynthesis happening right before our eyes, though we cannot see it directly. Within the chloroplasts of the algae floating in our drop of pond water, millions of chemical reactions occur every second. Each algal cell is like a tiny green factory, capturing particles of light and transforming them into the chemical energy that fuels not just their own existence, but the entire food web of our microscopic ecosystem. The process begins when a photon of light strikes a chlorophyll molecule. This collision, though gentle, transfers energy that excites electrons within the chlorophyll, starting a cascade of chemical reactions that will ultimately convert carbon dioxide and water into glucose and oxygen. It's a process so fundamental to life on Earth that it's easy to take for granted, yet watching it happen in real time in our drop of pond water reminds us of the miracle that occurs every time sunlight touches a green plant. What makes this process even more remarkable is the precision with which it occurs. Each photon that enters the chloroplast is captured by an antenna complex containing hundreds of chlorophyll molecules. These molecules are arranged in a specific pattern that allows them to funnel the light energy like a perfectly designed solar collector, ensuring that almost no energy is wasted. The energy then travels to a reaction center, where the actual chemical transformation begins. The oxygen that these microscopic algae produce becomes available to all the other organisms in our drop of pond water. The tiny animals, the bacteria, the protozoa, depend on this oxygen for their cellular respiration. In this way, the chemical processes within each algal cell directly support the life of every other organism in the ecosystem. It's a beautiful example of how the invisible chemistry of life creates connections that span the entire microscopic world. But photosynthesis is just one of the many chemical processes occurring in our drop of pond water. Consider the remarkable process of cellular respiration happening within every living organism. While we cannot see these chemical reactions directly, we can observe their effects as organisms move, grow, and reproduce. Each movement of a paramecium's cilia, each rotation of a rotifer's crown, Each division of a bacterial cell requires energy that comes from the controlled burning of glucose and other deacrylide organic molecules. The mitochondria within each cell act as tiny power plants, carefully orchestrating the chemical reactions that release energy from food molecules. This process, called cellular respiration, is like a controlled fire that burns at body temperature, releasing energy gradually and safely. The precision of this chemical control is extraordinary. To little energy and the cell cannot function. Too much and the cell would be damaged by the excess heat and reactive molecules. In our microscopic world, we also encounter organisms that have mastered chemical processes that seem almost like magic. Some bacteria can derive energy from chemical reactions that don't involve oxygen at all. These chemosynthetic organisms can extract energy from hydrogen, sulfide, ammonia, or iron compounds, thriving in environments where other organisms would struggle to survive. They represent some of the most ancient forms of life on Earth, carrying on chemical traditions that began billions of years ago. The cell membranes of every organism in our drop of pond water are themselves marvels of chemical engineering. These thin barriers, just a few molecules thick, must carefully control what enters and exits each cell. They maintain the chemical balance that allows life to exist, keeping beneficial molecules inside while excluding harmful substances. Yet, they do this while remaining flexible enough to allow the cell to move and change shape. The membrane is made up of phospholipid molecules that spontaneously arrange themselves into a double layer. Each phospholipid has a water-loving head and water-repelling tails, creating a barrier that is impermeable to most water-soluble substances. But embedded within this membrane are protein channels and pumps that can selectively transport specific molecules across the membrane. It's like having an intelligent border that knows exactly who should be allowed in and who should be kept out. Some of these membrane proteins are so sophisticated that they can transport molecules against their concentration, gradients pumping substances from areas of low concentration to areas of high concentration. This requires energy, but it allows cells to maintain internal chemical environments that are dramatically different from their surroundings. A cell might maintain high concentrations of potassium ions inside while keeping sodium ions outside, creating electrical gradients that can be used to power cellular processes. The chemical communication systems we encounter in our drop of pond water are equally remarkable. Organisms release chemical signals so specific and so diluted that they would be completely undetectable to us, yet they can be precisely recognized by other organisms. These chemical messages can convey information about food sources, mating opportunities, or approaching dangers. They create an invisible network of communication that spans the entire microscopic ecosystem. Some of these chemical signals are so powerful that just a few molecules can trigger dramatic changes in behavior. A bacterium might release a chemical attractant that draws other bacteria from across the entire drop of water. A predator might release a chemical signal that warns prey organisms to flee. These chemical conversations are happening constantly around us, creating a rich tapestry of invisible communication that coordinates the activities of the entire microscopic community. The enzymes that catalyze these chemical reactions are perhaps the most remarkable molecules in our microscopic world. Each enzyme is a precisely folded protein that can accelerate a specific chemical reaction by millions of times. They work by providing exactly the right chemical environment for a reaction to occur, lowering the energy barrier that would otherwise prevent the reaction from happening at biological temperatures. What's truly extraordinary is the specificity of these enzymes. Each one is designed to catalyze a particular chemical reaction, and they can distinguish between molecules that are almost identical. An enzyme might bind to one molecule while completely ignoring another molecule that differs by just a single atom. This specificity allows cells to control their chemical processes with incredible precision, ensuring that reactions occur only when and where they are needed. The chemical processes that repair and maintain cellular structures are equally impressive. DNA repair enzymes constantly patrol the genetic material within each cell, identifying and fixing damage that could otherwise lead to mutations. Protein quality control systems identify damaged proteins and either repair them or break them down. For recycling, these maintenance processes operate continuously, keeping the cellular machinery running smoothly despite the constant chemical challenges of life. Even the process of waste removal in our microscopic world involves sophisticated chemistry. Cells must constantly deal with the toxic byproducts of metabolism, converting them into harmless substances that can be safely disposed of. Some organisms have evolved specialized organelles called peroxisomes that are dedicated to breaking down harmful chemicals. Others use sophisticated pump systems to actively transport waste products out of the cell. The chemical basis of inheritance is also on display in our drop of pond water. DNA molecules carry the genetic instructions that determine the characteristics of each organism, and these instructions are written in a chemical code that has remained essentially unchanged for billions of years. The process of DNA replication, where genetic information is copied for the next generation, involves a complex series of chemical reactions that must occur with extraordinary precision to ensure that genetic information is transmitted accurately. RNA molecules serve as the messengers that carry genetic information from DNA to the protein-making machinery of the cell. These molecules are chemically similar to DNA, but with subtle differences that allow them to perform their specialized functions. The process of protein synthesis, where genetic information is translated into functional proteins, involves chemical interactions between RNA, amino acids, and ribosomes that are orchestrated with remarkable precision. The chemical diversity we encounter in our drop of pond water reflects the incredible creativity of evolution. Over billions of years, organisms have developed chemical solutions to almost every challenge of life. They have learned to harness light energy, to extract energy from chemical compounds, to build complex structures from simple molecules, and to communicate through chemical signals. Each organism carries within its cells a chemical library that represents millions of years of evolutionary innovation. As we deepen our understanding of the microscopic world within our drop of pond water, we begin to appreciate that this tiny ecosystem is not static, but rather pulses with rhythms that connect it to the larger world around it. The changing seasons, the shifting light patterns, the fluctuating temperatures, all of these influence the microscopic community in ways that are both subtle and profound. Let me guide you through this gentle exploration of how these tiny organisms adapt to the ever-changing conditions of their watery world. Picture, if you will, how our drop of pond water changes as autumn approaches. The days grow shorter, and less sunlight penetrates the water's surface. The algae, those green powerhouses of photosynthesis, begin to sense these changes at the molecular level. Their chloroplasts, those tiny solar collectors, become less efficient as the available light decreases. But rather than simply suffering through these changes, many algae have developed beautiful strategies for adapting to seasonal shifts. Some algae respond to decreasing light, by increasing the size and number of their chloroplasts, essentially building more solar collectors to capture what light remains. Others change the composition of their photosynthetic pigments, shifting toward molecules that can capture different wavelengths of light more efficiently. Still others begin to store energy reserves, converting the sugars they produce during the abundant summer months into oils and starches that can sustain them through the darker months ahead. The microscopic animals in our drop of pond water have their own seasonal adaptations. Many rotifers, those tiny creatures with their crowns of beating cilia, begin to change their reproductive strategies as conditions shift. During the warm, food-rich months of summer, they reproduce rapidly through parthenogenesis, creating clone after clone of themselves. But as autumn approaches and they sense the changing conditions, they shift to sexual reproduction, creating hardy fertilized eggs that can survive the harsh conditions of winter. These winter eggs, called ephipial eggs, are marvels of biological engineering. They have thick, protective shells that can withstand freezing temperatures, desiccation, and even years of dormancy. Inside these protective casings, the developing embryos wait patiently for conditions to improve. When spring arrives and temperatures rise, these eggs hatch into a new generation of rotifers that carry the genetic diversity needed to thrive in the changing world. The paramecia and other protists in our drop of pond water also show remarkable seasonal adaptations. As temperatures drop, their metabolic processes slow down, reducing their energy needs and allowing them to survive on less food. Some species form protective cysts, creating resistant stages that can survive environmental extremes. These cysts are like microscopic time capsules, preserving the organism in a state of suspended animation until conditions improve. The formation of a cyst is a fascinating process to observe. The organism begins to secrete a protective wall around itself, creating a barrier that shields it from the harsh external environment. As the cyst forms, the organism's metabolic processes slow to a crawl, and it enters a state of dormancy. In this protected state, it can survive conditions that would otherwise be fatal: extreme temperatures, desiccation, or the complete absence of food. The bacteria in our microscopic ecosystem also show seasonal adaptations, though theirs are often more subtle and harder to observe. Some bacteria change their metabolic pathways as temperatures drop, shifting from fast-growing strategies to more efficient, slower-growing approaches. Others begin to form biofilms, creating protective communities that can better withstand environmental stresses. These biofilms are like microscopic cities with different bacteria, specializing in different functions and working together for the common good. The concept of biological clocks becomes particularly important in understanding seasonal adaptations. Many organisms in our drop of pond water have internal timing mechanisms that allow them to anticipate seasonal changes before they occur. These biological clocks are synchronized by environmental cues like day length, temperature, or the chemical composition of the water. By responding to these cues, organisms can begin their seasonal adaptations before conditions become extreme. Light cycles play a particularly important role in regulating these biological rhythms. Even in our microscopic world, organisms can sense the changing patterns of light and darkness that mark the progression of seasons. Some algae have specialized light-sensing proteins that allow them to detect not just the intensity of light, but also its quality and duration. This information helps them adjust their photosynthetic processes and their reproductive cycles to match the seasonal conditions, temperature changes, also trigger cascades of adaptation in our microscopic community. As water temperatures drop, the viscosity of the water increases, making it harder for organisms to move through their liquid environment. Some organisms respond by changing the composition of their cell membranes, incorporating more unsaturated fatty acids that remain flexible at lower temperatures. Others modify their locomotory structures, adjusting the beating patterns of their cilia or flagella to maintain efficiency in the thicker water. The availability of nutrients also fluctuates seasonally, and our microscopic organisms have developed sophisticated strategies for dealing with these changes during times of abundance. Many organisms store excess nutrients in specialized organelles or convert them into storage molecules that can be used later. Some algae accumulate lipids, while others store carbohydrates or proteins. These storage strategies allow them to survive the leaner months when nutrients are scarce. Competition for resources becomes more intense during times of scarcity, and this drives the evolution of new adaptive strategies. Some organisms become more efficient at capturing and utilizing available nutrients. Others develop the ability to use alternative food sources or to extract nutrients from sources that other organisms cannot access. Still others form symbiotic relationships, partnering with other organisms to share resources and improve their collective survival chances. The predator-prey relationships in our microscopic world also shift with the seasons. As food becomes scarcer, predators must become more efficient hunters, while prey organisms must develop better defenses. Some prey species become more transparent or change their behavior patterns to avoid detection. Others develop chemical defenses, producing toxins or distasteful compounds that discourage predators. These arms races between predators and prey drive continuous evolution and adaptation. Migration is another seasonal strategy employed by some organisms in our drop of pond water. While we might not think of microscopic organisms as migrants, some species do undergo vertical migrations within the water column, moving up or down in response to changing conditions. During the day, they might sink to deeper, cooler waters to avoid excessive light or temperature stress. At night, they might rise to surface waters to take advantage of nutrients or feeding opportunities. The chemical composition of pond water also changes seasonally, and our microscopic organisms must adapt to these shifts. Spring runoff might bring new nutrients, but also pollutants. Summer evaporation might concentrate dissolved substances, changing the osmotic balance that organisms must maintain. Autumn leaf fall might introduce new organic compounds while depleting oxygen levels. Each of these changes requires adaptive responses from the microscopic community. Some organisms have evolved the ability to enter a state called quiescence, where they remain alive and responsive but dramatically reduce their metabolic activity. This is different from the dormancy we see in cysts or spores, because quiescent organisms can quickly resume normal activity when conditions improve. It's like having a biological dimmer switch that allows organisms to reduce their energy consumption during difficult times while maintaining their ability to respond to opportunities. The remarkable thing about seasonal adaptations in the microscopic world is how rapidly they can occur. While larger organisms might take weeks or months to adapt to seasonal changes, microscopic organisms can sometimes adjust their physiology within hours or days. This rapid response time allows them to track environmental changes closely and to take advantage of brief windows of favorable conditions. Genetic regulation plays a crucial role in these seasonal adaptations. Many organisms have genes that are only activated under specific environmental conditions. These genes might code for proteins that help the organism survive cold temperatures, or enzymes that allow it to process alternative food sources, or structural proteins that help it form protective cysts. The ability to turn genes on and off in response to environmental cues allows organisms to fine-tune their physiology to match their circumstances. The epigenetic modifications that control gene expression can also be influenced by seasonal conditions. These modifications don't change the DNA sequence itself, but rather affect how genes are expressed. Some modifications can even be passed on to the next generation, allowing organisms to prepare their offspring for the environmental conditions they are likely to encounter. This represents a form of inheritance that goes beyond just genetic information, incorporating environmental experience into the legacy passed to future generations. In the quiet depths of our pond water drop, something remarkable is happening that we cannot see with our eyes, something that speaks to the very essence of life itself. The tiny inhabitants of this microscopic world are talking to each other, but not in any language we might recognize. They communicate through the ancient art of chemistry, releasing invisible messages that drift through the water like whispered secrets carried on the wind. Imagine, if you will, a bustling city where every resident speaks a different language, yet somehow they all understand each other perfectly. This is the reality of our pond water universe. The bacteria release chemical signals called quorum-sensing molecules, tiny molecular messengers that tell their neighbors when there are enough of them gathered together to begin important work. It's like a chemical roll call, a way of saying, "Is everyone here? Are we ready to begin?" When a single bacterium finds itself alone in the vast expanse of our water drop, it remains quiet, conserving its energy and resources. But as more bacteria arrive, as the population grows, these chemical messages begin to accumulate. The water becomes thick with invisible conversations, molecular negotiations that determine the fate of the entire microscopic community. When the concentration of these signals reaches a critical threshold, it's as if someone has rung a bell in a quiet library, and suddenly everyone knows it's time to act. It's time to act. The bacteria respond to this chemical calling by beginning to produce substances they wouldn't dare create when alone. Some start manufacturing glowing compounds that light up the water drop like tiny stars, a phenomenon called bioluminescence. Others begin producing enzymes that can break down larger food particles, working together like a microscopic factory to process resources that no single bacterium could handle alone. It's a beautiful example of how even the smallest creatures understand the power of cooperation. But the chemical conversations don't stop there. The algae in our drop, those tiny green powerhouses that capture sunlight and turn it into food, also participate in this invisible dialogue. When they sense danger, perhaps the approach of a hungry paramecium or the shadow of a cloud blocking their precious sunlight, they release chemical alarm signals that ripple through the water like invisible waves of warning. These alarm chemicals are remarkably sophisticated. Some cause other algae to immediately stop what they're doing and begin producing toxins that make them unpalatable to predators. Others trigger rapid reproduction, a desperate attempt to ensure the survival of the species before disaster strikes. Still others cause the algae to clump together, forming protective communities that are harder for predators to attack. It's like watching a medieval village respond to the cry of enemy approaching, with everyone knowing exactly what role they need to play. The chemical communications become even more fascinating when we consider how different species talk to each other. A dying bacterium releases specific compounds as it begins to decompose. And these molecules serve as dinner bells for the scavengers and decomposers in our drop. The rotifers, with their crown-like rings of cilia, can detect these chemical signals from remarkable distances, at least remarkable for creatures measured in micrometers. They follow these chemical trails like bloodhounds following a scent, navigating through the three-dimensional maze of our water drop to find their next meal. Even more intriguingly, some microorganisms release chemicals that are designed not to communicate with their own kind, but to manipulate other species entirely. Certain bacteria produce compounds that can alter the behavior of protozoans, making them more sluggish and easier to avoid, or even causing them to swim in circles, confused and disoriented. It's chemical warfare at its most microscopic level. Invisible battles fought with molecular weapons that would make human military strategists envious. The fungi in our drop, those often overlooked members of the microscopic community, are perhaps the most skilled chemical communicators of all. They release a complex cocktail of compounds that serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Some molecules attract bacteria that carry nutrients the fungi need, essentially bribing them to come closer. Others repel competitors, creating invisible barriers that define the fungi's territory. Still others break down dead organic matter, pre-digesting it externally before absorbing the nutrients. Like having a chemical kitchen that operates outside the organism's body, what makes these chemical conversations even more remarkable is their specificity. Each molecule is like a key that fits only certain locks, ensuring that messages reach only their intended recipients. A chemical signal meant for one species of bacteria will be completely ignored by another, even if they're swimming side by side. It's like having multiple radio stations broadcasting simultaneously, with each listener tuned to their own frequency, receiving only the messages meant for them. The timing of these chemical communications is crucial. Many of the signals are designed to degrade quickly, breaking down into harmless components after they've served their purpose. This prevents the water from becoming cluttered with old messages, like a chemical recycling system that keeps the communication channels clear. Other signals are designed to persist longer, creating lasting effects that can influence the behavior of organisms for extended periods. Some of the most beautiful chemical communications occur during reproduction, when microscopic organisms are ready to mate or reproduce. They release pheromones that drift through the water like invisible love letters. These chemical signals carry information about the sender's fitness, their genetic compatibility, and their readiness to reproduce. It's courtship conducted entirely through chemistry, with potential partners evaluating each other based on the molecular messages they receive. The seasonal changes in our pond affect these chemical communications in profound ways. During warmer months, when biological activity is high, the water becomes thick with chemical messages as the increased temperature accelerates both the production and degradation of signaling molecules. The conversations become more frequent, more urgent as the pace of life quickens. During colder months, the chemical chatter slows to a whisper, with only the most essential messages being exchanged as organisms conserve their energy for survival. As we peer deeper into our drop of pond water, we begin to notice something that connects this microscopic world to the larger rhythms of our planet. The tiny creatures we've been observing don't exist in isolation from the changing seasons. They are as much a part of the natural cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter as the trees that shed their leaves or the birds that migrate south. In fact, the seasonal changes in our pond water drop are so dramatic that it's almost like watching for completely different worlds unfold in the same space. When spring arrives, bringing with it longer days and warming temperatures, our water drop begins to stir with new life. The first signs are subtle, like the first green shoots pushing through snow. The bacteria, which have been existing in a state of near dormancy through the cold months, begin to sense the changing conditions. The water temperature rises by just a few degrees. But for these microscopic inhabitants, it's like someone has turned up the thermostat in their entire universe. The algae are often the first to respond to spring's arrival. They are the solar panels of our microscopic world, and as the days grow longer and the sun climbs higher in the sky, they begin to photosynthesize with renewed vigor. The green tinge of our water drop deepens as chlorophyll production increases, and what was once a relatively clear liquid becomes a rich emerald soup teeming with microscopic plant life. Each algae cell is like a tiny factory that has just received a massive order, working around the clock to convert sunlight into food. This explosion of primary productivity sends ripples through the entire microscopic food web. The bacteria that feed on the organic compounds released by algae suddenly find themselves in a feast situation after months of scarcity. They begin to multiply rapidly, their populations doubling every few hours in some cases. The water becomes thick with bacterial activity, invisible to our eyes but incredibly significant to the ecosystem's balance. The protozoans, those single-celled animals that we've watched hunting and feeding throughout our journey, emerge from their winter dormancy with the hunger of bears waking from hibernation. Many of them have survived the cold months by forming protective cysts, essentially wrapping themselves in resistant shells and waiting for better times. As spring warmth penetrates the water, these cysts begin to crack open, releasing hungry, active cells into the rejuvenated environment. The paramecia, those slipper-shaped wanderers we've come to know so well, begin their spring reproduction with remarkable enthusiasm. They divide by binary fission, splitting themselves in half to create two identical individuals. During peak spring conditions, a single paramecium can produce dozens of offspring in just a few days, turning our water drop into a bustling nursery of microscopic life. The rotifers, with their characteristic wheel-like crowns of cilia, also respond to spring's arrival with increased activity. They emerge from their winter refuge at the bottom of the pond, where they've been existing in a state of reduced activity, conserving energy and waiting for the return of abundant food sources. As they rise through the water column, they begin their intricate feeding dance, their cilia beating in rhythmic patterns that create miniature whirlpools to capture bacteria and algae. But spring in our microscopic world is not just about abundance and reproduction. It's also about competition and territorial disputes. As populations explode, resources become contested. The larger protozoans begin to assert dominance over prime feeding areas, using chemical signals to mark their territory and physical displays to warn off competitors. It's like watching a microscopic version of nature's eternal struggle for resources, played out in a space smaller than a grain of sand. The water chemistry itself changes dramatically during spring. The increased biological activity leads to fluctuations in pH, oxygen levels, and nutrient concentrations. The bacteria work over time to decompose organic matter, releasing nutrients that fuel further growth. The algae consume carbon dioxide and release oxygen during photosynthesis, creating a daily rhythm of chemical changes that mirrors the rising and setting of the sun. Some of the most fascinating spring phenomena occur at the microscopic level of reproduction. Many species that reproduce sexually time their mating to coincide with optimal spring conditions. The water becomes filled with gametes, reproductive cells that swim freely until they find compatible partners. It's like a microscopic dating service, with chemical signals helping potential partners find each other in the vast expanse of the water drop. The fungi, those often overlooked members of our microscopic community, also experience their own spring awakening. Fungal spores that have been dormant through the winter begin to germinate, sending out thread-like hyphae that spread through the water like invisible networks. These fungal networks play crucial roles in decomposition and nutrient cycling, breaking down dead organic matter and releasing nutrients that support the spring bloom of life. As spring progresses into early summer, the character of our water drop changes yet again. The explosive growth of early spring begins to stabilize into more complex community structures. Predator-prey relationships become more established, with certain species of protozoans specializing in hunting specific types of bacteria or algae. The food web becomes more intricate, with multiple levels of consumers and decomposers creating a balanced ecosystem. The temperature continues to rise, and with it, the pace of life accelerates. Chemical reactions occur faster in warmer water, meaning that everything from reproduction to digestion happens more quickly. The organisms in our drop exist in a state of accelerated living, cramming months of activity into the warm season when conditions are most favorable. When summer arrives in full force, our tiny water drop transforms into what can only be described as a microscopic metropolis. The warming water, now reaching temperatures that would feel pleasantly warm to our touch, becomes a bustling hub of activity that rivals any major city in its complexity and energy. Every cubic micrometer of space is utilized, every chemical resource is contested, and every moment brings new dramas of survival, reproduction, and adaptation. The heat of summer affects our microscopic inhabitants in ways that are both beneficial and challenging. The warmer water holds less dissolved oxygen, which means that the bacteria and other organisms that require oxygen for their metabolic processes must work harder to extract what they need from their environment. It's like living in a city where the air is getting thinner, requiring residents to adapt their lifestyles to cope with the changing conditions. Yet, many organisms thrive in these conditions. The thermophilic bacteria, those heat-loving microbes that prefer warmer temperatures, suddenly find themselves in paradise. They emerge from their quiet existence in the cooler months to become dominant players in the summer ecosystem. These bacteria often have specialized enzymes that work more efficiently at higher temperatures, giving them a significant advantage over their cold-adapted cousins. The algae reach their peak productivity during the long, sunny days of summer. With more hours of sunlight and increased intensity of solar radiation, they photosynthesize at maximum capacity. The green color of our water drop deepens to an almost emerald hue as countless microscopic plants work to convert light energy into chemical energy. Each algae cell is like a tiny solar panel operating at peak efficiency, contributing to an overall productivity that can be truly staggering. This abundance of primary productivity creates a cascade effect throughout the entire food web. The bacteria that feed on the organic compounds released by algae find themselves in a situation of almost embarrassing abundance. They multiply rapidly, their populations reaching densities that would have been impossible during the leaner months. The water becomes thick with bacterial activity, creating a rich, nutritious base for the entire ecosystem. The larger protozoans take advantage of this bacterial abundance with remarkable efficiency. The amoebas, those shape-shifting masters of microscopic hunting, can be seen engulfing bacteria at an almost frantic pace. They extend their pseudopods like reaching arms, surrounding and incorporating multiple bacteria in single feeding events. During peak summer conditions, a single amoeba might consume hundreds of bacteria in a single day, growing and dividing with impressive speed. The paramecia, those elegant swimmers with their distinctive slipper shape, patrol the water like microscopic combines, harvesting bacteria with their coordinated cilia. The summer warmth makes their movements more fluid and efficient, allowing them to cover more territory and capture more prey. They reproduce rapidly during this time, taking advantage of the abundant food supply to ensure their genetic legacy. But summer abundance also brings new challenges. The increased population density leads to intensified competition for resources. Chemical warfare becomes more common as organisms release toxins and antibiotics to eliminate competitors. The water becomes a battlefield of invisible molecular weapons, with each species fighting for its share of the limited space and resources. The rotifers, with their intricate feeding apparatus, develop sophisticated strategies to cope with the summer competition. Some species adjust their feeding behavior, becoming more selective about their prey and focusing on the most nutritious bacteria and algae. Others change their swimming patterns, exploring new areas of the water drop in search of untapped food sources. The summer heat allows them to be more active, their cilia beating faster and their movements more energetic. One of the most remarkable aspects of summer in our microscopic world is the development of complex community structures. As populations stabilize at high levels, distinct neighborhoods begin to form within the water drop. Areas rich in nutrients become dominated by fast-growing bacteria and algae, while regions with different chemical conditions support different communities of organisms. It's like watching a city develop distinct districts, each with its own character and dominant residents. The fungi play increasingly important roles during summer abundance, as the high rate of reproduction and death creates large amounts of organic debris. The fungi become the cleanup crew of the microscopic world. Their enzymes break down dead cells and organic matter, recycling nutrients back into the system. They form complex networks of thread-like hyphae that spread through the water, creating highways for nutrient transport and chemical communication. The summer months also bring some of the most spectacular displays of cooperation in the microscopic world. Some bacteria form biofilms, organized communities where individual cells work together for mutual benefit. These biofilms can be seen as shimmering, almost oily films on the surface of the water, representing sophisticated societies of microorganisms working in harmony. Within these biofilms, different species of bacteria perform specialized roles. Like citizens in a well-organized city, the heat of summer also affects the physical properties of the water in ways that influence the behavior of our microscopic inhabitants. The reduced viscosity of warm water allows organisms to move more freely, but it also means that small particles settle more slowly, creating a more turbid environment. The decreased surface tension affects how organisms interact with the water's surface, opening up new ecological niches for species that can exploit these conditions. Chemical processes accelerate in the summer heat, leading to rapid changes in the water's chemical composition throughout the day. The pH fluctuates as photosynthesis and respiration cycles accelerate, creating a dynamic environment that requires constant adaptation from the microscopic inhabitants. Oxygen levels rise and fall more dramatically, creating zones of abundance and scarcity that shift like invisible tides through the water drop. Summer reproduction reaches its peak during this time, with many species investing heavily in creating the next generation. The water becomes filled with reproductive cells, spores, and juvenile organisms. Sexual reproduction becomes more common as the abundant resources make it possible for organisms to invest the extra energy required for finding mates and producing genetically diverse offspring. As the peak of summer begins to wane and the first subtle signs of autumn approach, our microscopic world starts to undergo one of nature's most remarkable transformations. The changes are gradual at first, so subtle that they might escape notice, but they represent a profound shift in the entire ecosystem of our water drop. The organisms that have thrived in summer's abundance must now prepare for the leaner times ahead, and their responses to these changing conditions reveal some of the most sophisticated survival strategies in the natural world. The first signs of autumn in our microscopic universe are often chemical rather than physical. As the days begin to shorten and the angle of sunlight changes, the algae in our drops start to sense the approaching changes in their environment. These tiny photosynthetic organisms are remarkably sensitive to variations in light quality and duration, and they begin to adjust their metabolism accordingly. The intense green color that characterized our summer water drop begins to shift subtly as the algae modify their pigment composition, preparing for the reduced light conditions that lie ahead. The bacteria, those versatile microorganisms that have been so active throughout the summer months, begin to slow their frantic pace of reproduction. Instead of the rapid doubling that characterized the warm months, they start to focus on different priorities. Many species begin to accumulate storage compounds, filling their cells with granules of starch, lipids, and other nutrients that will sustain them through the challenging times ahead. It's like watching a microscopic version of squirrels gathering nuts for winter, except these preparations are happening at the cellular level. The protozoans, those single-celled animals that have been the active hunters and grazers of our summer ecosystem, begin to exhibit fascinating changes in behavior. Many species start to feed more selectively, focusing on prey that provides the highest nutritional value. The paramecia, those graceful swimmers we've watched throughout our journey, begin to slow their constant motion, conserving energy for the times when food will be scarce. Their feeding becomes more methodical, more focused, as they sense the subtle environmental cues that signal the approaching seasonal change. One of the most remarkable phenomena of autumn in our microscopic world is the formation of resistant structures. Many organisms begin to produce specialized survival forms that can endure the harsh conditions of winter. The bacteria create endospores, incredibly tough structures that can survive extremes of temperature, desiccation, and chemical stress. These spores are like microscopic time capsules, containing all the genetic information needed to restart life when conditions improve. Wrapped in protective layers that can resist almost anything nature can throw at them, the protozoans have their own strategies for autumn preparation. Many species begin to form cysts, protective shells that they construct around themselves using materials from their environment. These cysts are marvels of microscopic engineering, designed to protect the organism's vital functions while allowing it to enter a state of suspended animation. The process of cyst formation is like watching a microscopic creature build its own survival shelter, carefully constructing walls that will protect it from the coming winter. The rotifers, with their characteristic wheel-like feeding apparatus, exhibit some of the most sophisticated autumn adaptations. Many species can produce special winter eggs that are incredibly resistant to environmental stresses. These eggs are often much darker and more heavily protected than the thin-shelled summer eggs. designed to survive months of harsh conditions before hatching when favorable circumstances return. The production of these winter eggs represents a significant investment of resources, demonstrating just how important this survival strategy is for the species. The fungi, those often overlooked members of our microscopic community, also prepare for winter in their own unique ways. Many species begin to produce thick-walled spores that can survive freezing temperatures and desiccation. These spores are often released in large numbers, creating invisible clouds of potential life that drift through the water, waiting for the right conditions to germinate. The fungal networks that have been so active in decomposition throughout the summer begin to consolidate, pulling resources back into storage structures that will sustain them through the dormant period. The chemistry of our water drop changes dramatically during autumn preparation. As organisms begin to die back and others enter dormancy, the rate of biological activity decreases significantly. The rapid cycling of nutrients that characterize the summer months slows to a more measured pace. The water becomes clearer as the intense algal blooms of summer subside, but it also becomes richer in dissolved organic compounds as organisms release their stored resources or decompose. The temperature changes of autumn have profound effects on the behavior of our microscopic inhabitants. As the water begins to cool, the chemical reactions that drive life slow down significantly. The bacteria that were doubling every few hours in summer heat now take days to reproduce. The protozoans move more slowly, their feeding becoming less aggressive as their metabolism adjusts to the cooler conditions. It's like watching a bustling city gradually slow down as everyone prepares for a long winter's rest. Some of the most touching scenes in our autumn microscopic world involve the care that organisms take in preparing their offspring for the challenging times ahead. Many species invest heavily in producing offspring that are better equipped to survive winter conditions. The reproductive cells produced in autumn are often larger and more well-provisioned than those produced in summer, carrying extra nutrients and protective compounds that will give them a better chance of survival. The social dynamics of our microscopic community also change during autumn. The intense competition that characterized the summer months gives way to a more collaborative approach to survival. Some species begin to form aggregations, clustering together in ways that provide mutual protection and resource sharing. These autumn communities are like microscopic communes, where individual organisms sacrifice some of their independence for the collective benefits of group living. The predator-prey relationships that have been so dynamic throughout the summer begin to stabilize in autumn. As prey species become scarce, predators must become more efficient in their hunting strategies. The chase scenes that were so common in summer become more rare and more crucial, as each successful hunt represents a significant energy gain in the increasingly challenging environment. The light conditions that autumn brings have cascading effects throughout the microscopic ecosystem. As the days shorten and the sun's angle changes, the algae that form the base of the food web begin to photosynthesize less efficiently. This reduction in primary productivity affects every level of the food web, from the bacteria that feed on algal secretions to the protozoans that graze on bacteria. The entire ecosystem must adjust to operating on a reduced energy budget. Many organisms begin to exhibit what can only be described as microscopic migration patterns. As conditions become less favorable in some areas of our water drop, organisms move to more sheltered locations. The bottom of the drop, where temperatures are more stable and oxygen levels remain higher, becomes increasingly crowded as organisms seek refuge from the changing conditions near the surface. The preparation for winter in our microscopic world is not just about individual survival, but about ensuring the continuity of entire ecosystems. Many organisms release chemical signals that help coordinate community-wide responses to the changing conditions. These molecular messages help ensure that different species prepare for winter in ways that are compatible with the overall health of the ecosystem. It's like watching a microscopic community engage in collective planning for the challenging times ahead. When winter finally arrives in our microscopic world, it brings with it a profound transformation that touches every aspect of life in our water drop. The changes are so dramatic that our bustling summer metropolis becomes something entirely different. A quiet realm of endurance and patience where survival depends not on activity and growth, but on the ability to wait, to conserve, and to endure until better times return. It's like watching a vibrant city gradually fall into a peaceful slumber, with only the most essential functions continuing to operate. The first and most obvious change that winter brings is the dramatic drop in temperature. Our water drop, which felt warm and inviting during the summer months, becomes a colder, more challenging environment. For the microscopic inhabitants, this temperature change is like experiencing a shift from a tropical paradise to an Arctic landscape. The chemical reactions that drive life slow down significantly in the cold, meaning that every biological process, from reproduction to digestion, becomes more sluggish and energy-intensive. The bacteria that were so active and numerous during the warm months undergo remarkable transformations. Many species enter a state of dormancy, reducing their metabolic activity to the bare minimum required for survival. Their cell walls thicken, their internal processes slow to a crawl, and they settle into a state of patient waiting. Those bacteria that formed endospores during autumn preparation now exist in an almost crystalline state of suspended animation. Their complex molecular machinery frozen in time until conditions improve. The algae, those green powerhouses that provided the foundation for summer's abundance, face perhaps the greatest challenges of winter. With reduced sunlight and colder temperatures, photosynthesis becomes increasingly difficult. Many species respond by fundamentally changing their lifestyle, switching from active photosynthesis to a more passive existence that relies on stored energy reserves. The vibrant green color that characterized our water drop fades to a more muted palette as chlorophyll production slows and other pigments become more prominent. Some algae species employ a remarkable survival strategy during winter. They sink to the bottom of our water drop, where they enter a state of near dormancy in the sediment. Here, protected from the harsh conditions near the surface, they wait out the winter months as living seeds, ready to rise again when spring returns. This vertical migration is like a microscopic version of bears hibernating in caves, seeking shelter in the most protected environment available. The protozoans, those active hunters and grazers that brought so much movement and drama to our summer observations, largely disappear from the active ecosystem. Most have formed cysts during the autumn preparation period, and these protective structures now the water drop like microscopic pearls, each one containing a living organism in a state of suspended animation. The cysts are marvels of biological engineering, designed to protect their contents from freezing temperatures, chemical stresses, and the general harshness of winter conditions. Inside these cysts, remarkable things are happening. The organisms are not truly dormant, but rather existing in a state of extremely reduced activity. Their metabolism continues, but at a pace so slow that it's almost imperceptible. They consume their stored energy reserves at a rate carefully calibrated to last through the entire winter period. It's like watching a microscopic creature practice the most extreme form of meditation, reducing all unnecessary activity to focus solely on the essential task of survival. The few organisms that remain active during winter are truly remarkable. In their adaptations, some bacteria have evolved antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their cells, allowing them to remain active even in near-freezing conditions. These proteins work like microscopic antifreeze, lowering the freezing point of cellular fluids and maintaining the liquid state necessary for life. Watching these organisms continue their activities in winter conditions is like observing polar bears thriving in the Arctic, perfectly adapted to an environment that would be lethal to most other forms of life. The fungi show some of the most interesting winter adaptations. Many species enter a state of dormancy, but their networks of thread-like hyphae remain partially active, slowly processing the organic matter that accumulates in the water. These fungal networks become the winter cleanup crew, operating at a reduced pace but still performing the essential function of decomposition. They work like microscopic composters, gradually breaking down dead organic matter and releasing nutrients that will support the spring awakening. The chemistry of our winter water drop is dramatically different from the summer environment. With reduced biological activity, the rapid cycling of nutrients slows to a gentle circulation. Oxygen levels remain more stable, as the reduced respiratory activity of dormant organisms balances the decreased photosynthetic production. The pH becomes more stable, lacking the dramatic daily fluctuations that characterized the summer months when active photosynthesis and respiration created chemical swings. One of the most remarkable aspects of winter in our microscopic world is the patience it requires. The organisms that remain active must carefully manage their energy resources, knowing that food will be scarce for many months. Every action must be weighed against its energy cost. Every movement must serve an essential purpose. It's like watching a microscopic society operating under the most strict rationing system, where waste is not just inefficient but potentially deadly. The few predator-prey interactions that occur during winter are particularly dramatic because of their rarity. When an active organism encounters potential prey, the interaction takes on heightened significance. These winter hunting scenes are like watching wildlife in the Arctic, where every successful hunt can mean the difference between survival and death. The predators must be more efficient, more patient, and more skilled than their summer counterparts. The protective structures formed during autumn preparation now prove their worth. The bacterial endospores demonstrate their incredible resistance to environmental stresses, remaining viable even as ice crystals form around them. The protozoan cysts show their sophisticated engineering, maintaining perfect internal conditions even as the external environment becomes hostile. These structures are like microscopic survival pods, each one a testament to the power of evolutionary adaptation. Despite the apparent stillness of winter, important changes are occurring beneath the surface. The organisms, in their protective structures, are not simply waiting passively for spring. Many are undergoing subtle physiological changes that will prepare them for the coming season. Genetic programs are being activated, cellular machinery is being prepared, and energy reserves are being carefully managed to ensure that when the signal for spring awakening comes, they will be ready to respond quickly and effectively. The few organisms that remain active during winter often display remarkable behavioral adaptations. Some bacteria form aggregations, clustering together in ways that provide mutual protection and resource sharing. These winter communities are like microscopic cities where everyone knows that cooperation is essential for survival. The organisms share resources, exchange chemical signals, and work together to maintain the minimal level of activity necessary for survival. The winter months also represent a time of genetic preparation. Many organisms use this quiet period to repair DNA damage that may have accumulated during the busy summer months. The reduced metabolic activity allows cellular repair mechanisms to work more efficiently, ensuring that when reproduction begins again in spring, the genetic material will be in optimal condition. It's like using the winter months for maintenance and repair, preparing the microscopic machinery for another season of intense activity. As winter progresses, the water drop becomes a landscape of patience and endurance. The dramatic scenes of summer hunting, the frantic reproduction of spring, and the intense preparation of autumn are replaced by a quiet steadiness that has its own beauty. It's a reminder that survival sometimes requires not action, but the wisdom to know when to wait, when to conserve, and when to endure. The microscopic world teaches us that there is a time for activity and a time for rest, and that both are essential parts of the eternal cycle of life. The winter period in our water drop is not just about survival, but about the promise of renewal. Every dormant organism, every protective structure, every carefully conserved energy reserve represents the potential for spring's return. The apparent stillness of winter is actually full of potential energy, like a compressed spring waiting to be released. When the warming temperatures and lengthening days of spring finally arrive, all of this stored potential will explode into activity, beginning the cycle anew and reminding us that even in the smallest drop of water, the eternal rhythms of life continue their ancient dance. Thank you for staying with me through this peaceful journey into what lives in a drop of pond water. Have traveled together through the seasons of the microscopic world, witnessing the incredible diversity, complexity, and beauty that exists in the smallest spaces around us. I hope that this exploration has given you a new appreciation for the hidden universes that surround us every day, and perhaps inspired you to look more closely at the natural world, knowing that even in the most ordinary places, extraordinary stories are unfolding. If you enjoyed this gentle exploration of the microscopic world, I invite you to continue this journey of discovery. There are countless other hidden universes waiting to be explored, from the secret life of soil to the mysterious world of the deep ocean. Each one offers its own unique stories, its own remarkable inhabitants, and its own lessons about the incredible diversity and resilience of life on our planet. Until we meet again for another peaceful journey of discovery, remember that wonder is all around us, waiting to be discovered by those who take the time to look closely. The microscopic world we have explored today is just the beginning, a single drop in an ocean of natural mysteries that await our curiosity and patience. Sweet dreams, and may your own explorations be filled with the quiet joy of discovery. As we continue our gentle exploration of what lives in a drop of pond water, we discover that this microscopic world is not static, but rather dances to the rhythm of the seasons, changing and transforming in ways that mirror the larger world around us, like a tiny snow globe that shifts its contents with each turn. A drop of pond water in spring holds different secrets than one collected in the depths of winter. In the early days of spring, when the ice begins to melt and the first warm rays of sunlight penetrate the water's surface, our microscopic friends begin to stir from their winter slumber. The water temperature rises just a few degrees, but for the creatures living in this liquid universe, it's like the difference between a quiet library and a bustling marketplace. Diatoms, those glasshouse builders we've grown to know so well, begin their spectacular spring bloom, multiplying with a fervor that would make any gardener envious. Picture, if you will, a single paramecium that has spent the winter months in a state of quiet persistence, moving slowly through the cold water, conserving energy like a bear in hibernation. As the temperature rises, its cilia begin to beat with renewed vigor, and it starts to feed more actively on the bacteria that are themselves beginning to multiply in the warming water. It's a cascade of awakening, each organism stirring the next to life, creating a symphony of renewal that happens entirely unseen by the casual observer walking past the pond. The spring bloom is perhaps one of the most remarkable phenomena in what lives in a drop of pond water, as nutrients that have been locked away in the sediment during winter begin to dissolve back into the water column, and as sunlight grows stronger and more direct, the conditions become perfect for an explosion of life. Algae multiply so rapidly that they can change the color of an entire pond in just a few days, turning it from clear to green, from transparent to opaque with the sheer density of microscopic life. But this abundance brings its own challenges. With so many organisms competing for the same resources, the water becomes a battlefield of survival strategies. Some bacteria form protective films around themselves, like tiny knights donning armor. Others release chemical signals that either attract allies or repel competitors. The water becomes thick with these invisible communications, a constant chatter of chemical messages that we're only beginning to understand. As spring gives way to summer, the microscopic landscape shifts once again. The water grows warmer, and with it, the metabolism of every creature speeds up. Rotifers that might have moved in slow, graceful arcs during the cooler months now dart through the water with the hyperactive energy of children on a sugar rush. The competition for food becomes more intense, but so does the abundance of opportunities. Summer brings with it the phenomenon of thermal stratification, where the pond water separates into distinct layers based on temperature. The top layer becomes warm and rich in oxygen, while the bottom layer remains cool and can become depleted of oxygen. This creates distinct neighborhoods within our drop of pond water, each with its own preferred residence. Some organisms thrive in the oxygen-rich surface waters, while others have adapted to the mysterious depths where oxygen is scarce. The summer months also bring the risk of drought, and with it, one of the most fascinating survival strategies in the microscopic world. As water levels drop and ponds begin to dry, many of the creatures we've been following have a remarkable backup plan. They form cysts, essentially going into suspended animation, waiting for the return of favorable conditions. It's like having a pause button for life itself, a way to skip over the hard times and wake up when the world is hospitable again. As autumn arrives and the water begins to cool, we witness another dramatic shift in what lives in a drop of pond water. The frantic pace of summer growth slows, and the microscopic world begins to prepare for winter. Many organisms that have been reproducing rapidly all summer now focus their energy on survival. Some species produce special winter forms, thick versions of themselves that can better withstand the cold. Months ahead, the autumn turnover is a particularly dramatic event in the pond's calendar. As the surface water cools and becomes denser, it sinks, displacing the warmer water below. This mixing brings nutrients up from the depths and oxygen down to the bottom, creating a brief but intense period of activity as organisms take advantage of this redistribution of resources. It's like a great stirring of the pot, mixing all the ingredients of life together one more time before winter sets in. Winter transforms our drop of pond water into something almost alien compared to its summer abundance. The cold water moves slowly, like thick syrup, and the organisms within it must adapt to this new pace of life. Many bacteria form spores, protective shells that allow them to survive freezing temperatures. Others produce antifreeze proteins, biological compounds that prevent ice crystals from forming within their cells. But even in the depths of winter, life persists in what lives in a drop of pond water. Under the ice, in the slowly moving water, organisms continue their ancient routines, albeit at a much reduced pace. It's a testament to the resilience of life, the determination of these microscopic beings to persist through even the harshest conditions. They remind us that life finds a way, always finds a way, even in circumstances that seem impossible. The seasonal cycle of the pond is like a great breathing rhythm, expanding and contracting with the changing conditions. And just as our own bodies adapt to the changing seasons, so too do the microscopic inhabitants of pond water. They teach us about resilience, about adaptation, about the incredible diversity of strategies that life uses to persist through changing times. As we delve deeper into what lives in a drop of pond water, we begin to understand that these microscopic beings are not just passive inhabitants of their liquid world, but active engineers, constantly modifying their environment in ways that would impress any architect or city planner. They are the invisible workforce that keeps the pond ecosystem running, the behind-the-scenes crew that makes everything else possible. Consider the humble cyanobacteria, those ancient blue-green algae that were among the first organisms to master the art of photosynthesis. In our drop of pond water, they don't just float around waiting for sunlight to hit them. Instead, they actively position themselves in the water column, using tiny gas-filled vesicles like internal balloons to control their buoyancy. When they need more light, they reduce the gas in these vesicles and sink closer to the surface. When the light becomes too intense, they increase the gas and rise higher in the water column. But their engineering prowess doesn't stop there. These cyanobacteria are also master chemists, producing a wide array of compounds that serve various purposes. Some of these compounds act as natural sunscreens, protecting them from harmful ultraviolet radiation. Others function as antibiotics, helping them compete with other bacteria for resources. Still, others are communication molecules, allowing them to coordinate their activities with neighboring cells. The diatoms, those glasshouse builders we've grown to admire, are perhaps the most obvious engineers in what lives in a drop of pond water. Each species creates its own unique architectural design, from simple circular forms to elaborate geometric patterns that would make any mathematician weep with joy. But their engineering extends beyond mere aesthetics. The intricate patterns and structures in their silica shells serve important functions. They maximize surface area for nutrient absorption, create optimal flow patterns for water movement, and provide structural strength while minimizing weight. Some diatoms have even evolved specialized structures that function like tiny solar panels, concentrating light and directing it to their photosynthetic machinery. Others have developed internal chambers that act like greenhouses, creating optimal conditions for photosynthesis even in less than ideal external conditions. They are living examples of form following function, each element of their design serving a specific purpose in their survival strategy. The flagellated protozoans, those graceful swimmers with their whip-like tails, are master fluid dynamicists. They've evolved different flagellar patterns and beating strategies that allow them to navigate through water with remarkable efficiency. Some use a single flagellum that beats in a helical pattern, essentially screwing themselves through the water like a living propeller. Others coordinate multiple flagella in complex patterns that create precise directional control. But perhaps most impressively, many of these microscopic engineers work together to create structures that are far larger than any individual organism. Biofilms, those communities of bacteria we touched on earlier, are perhaps the most sophisticated examples of collective engineering in what lives in a drop of pond water. These communities create their own infrastructure, producing a matrix of proteins and sugars that forms the foundation of their cities. Within these biofilms, different bacteria take on specialized roles, much like different professions in a human city. Some focus on producing the structural materials that hold the biofilm together. Others specialize in processing nutrients and distributing them throughout the community. Still others serve as the waste management system, breaking down toxic compounds and recycling materials that would otherwise accumulate and harm the community. The engineering marvels extend even to the molecular level. Many bacteria in our drop of pond water have evolved sophisticated internal machinery that rivals anything humans have created. They have molecular motors that can rotate at thousands of revolutions per minute, powering their flagella with incredible efficiency. They have ion pumps that can maintain precise chemical gradients across their cell membranes, creating the electrical potential that powers many of their cellular processes. Some bacteria have even evolved biological batteries, storing energy in the form of chemical gradients that can be tapped when needed. Others have developed internal compass systems, using magnetite crystals to navigate along the Earth's magnetic field lines. These are not crude approximations of human technology, but sophisticated biological systems that often perform better than their artificial counterparts. The rotifers, those tiny animals with their crown of cilia, are mechanical engineers par excellence. Their feeding apparatus is a marvel of biological engineering, with precisely coordinated ciliary currents that create vortices and flow patterns designed to capture food particles with maximum efficiency. The beating of their cilia creates low-pressure zones that draw food particles toward their mouth, while simultaneously creating high-pressure zones that expel waste and unwanted materials. Some rotifers have evolved specialized feeding strategies that involve creating specific flow patterns to capture different types of prey. They can adjust the beating frequency and pattern of their cilia to create just the right hydrodynamic conditions for their particular feeding strategy. It's like having a built-in toolkit that can be adjusted for different tasks. The engineering achievements of what lives in a drop of pond water extend to chemical engineering as well. Many organisms have evolved sophisticated biochemical pathways that allow them to extract energy from unlikely sources. Some bacteria can use sulfur compounds, others can metabolize iron, and still others can derive energy from the breakdown of organic pollutants that would be toxic to most life forms. These biochemical engineers are constantly innovating, evolving new pathways and processes in response to changing environmental conditions. They are the recyclers of the pond ecosystem, breaking down dead organic matter and returning nutrients to the water column where they can be used by other organisms. Without their constant work, the pond would quickly become choked with waste products and depleted of essential nutrients. Perhaps most remarkably, many of these microscopic engineers are also architects of global-scale systems. The oxygen in our atmosphere, the very air we breathe, was largely produced by cyanobacteria, much like those swimming in our drop of pond water. Over billions of years, these tiny organisms have fundamentally transformed our planet's atmosphere, creating the oxygen-rich environment that makes complex life possible. They continue this work today, processing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen at a rate that helps regulate our planet's climate. In a very real sense, what lives in a drop of pond water is directly connected to the health of our entire planet. These microscopic engineers are working around the clock, maintaining the delicate balance that keeps Earth habitable for all life. In our journey through what lives in a drop of pond water, we've encountered hunters and builders, communicators and engineers. But perhaps the most crucial role played by these microscopic beings is that of the great recyclers, the organisms that ensure nothing is truly wasted in the pond ecosystem. They are the custodians of the nutrient cycle, the guardians of elemental balance, working tirelessly to break down the complex and rebuild it into the simple, making the impossible possible in the endless circle of life. Imagine, if you will, a leaf that has fallen into the pond from an overhanging tree. To our eyes, it might seem like a simple piece of organic debris, slowly decomposing in the water. But to the microscopic inhabitants of our drop of pond water, this leaf represents a treasure trove of resources, a complex chemical puzzle that needs to be carefully dismantled and redistributed throughout the ecosystem. The first to arrive at this bounty are often the bacteria, those versatile and resourceful organisms that seem to have a solution for every chemical challenge. Different species specialize in breaking down different components of the leaf. Some focus on the cellulose, the structural material that gives the leaf its shape and strength. Others work on the lignin, the tough polymer that makes wood woody. Still others tackle the proteins, the complex molecules that carry out the leaf's cellular functions. This decomposition process is not a chaotic free-for-all, but rather a carefully orchestrated sequence of chemical reactions. The bacteria release enzymes, biological catalysts that speed up the breakdown of complex molecules into simpler ones. These enzymes are remarkably specific, each one designed to cleave particular chemical bonds while leaving others intact. It's like having a master locksmith who can open any lock, but only uses the right key for each specific door as the bacteria work. They release simpler compounds into the water, sugars, amino acids, and mineral ions that can be readily absorbed by other organisms. But the recycling process doesn't stop there. Other bacteria specialize in taking these intermediate products and breaking them down even further, eventually releasing the basic building blocks of life back into the water column. The protozoans play their part in this recycling drama as well. Many of them feed on bacteria, effectively concentrating the nutrients that the bacteria have extracted from decomposing organic matter. When these protozoans excrete waste products or die themselves, they release these concentrated nutrients in forms that can be readily used by other organisms. It's like having a series of processing plants, each one refining the raw materials. A little bit more, some of the most important recyclers in what lives in a drop of pond water are the organisms that specialize in processing nitrogen, one of the most critical nutrients for life. Nitrogen is a component of proteins and nucleic acids, the fundamental molecules of life, but it can exist in many different chemical forms, not all of which are readily available to living organisms. Certain bacteria have evolved the ability to convert atmospheric nitrogen gas into ammonia, a form that can be used by other organisms. This process, called nitrogen fixation, requires enormous amounts of energy and specialized enzymes, but it's crucial for maintaining the nitrogen balance in the pond ecosystem. Without these nitrogen-fixing bacteria, the pond would gradually become depleted of this essential nutrient. Other bacteria specialize in different aspects of the nitrogen cycle. Some convert ammonia into nitrites, others convert nitrites into nitrates, and still others convert nitrates back into nitrogen gas, completing the cycle. Each step in this process requires different enzymes and different environmental conditions. So the pond ecosystem depends on maintaining a diverse community of nitrogen-cycling bacteria. The recycling of phosphorus is another crucial process, carried out by the microscopic inhabitants of our drop of pond water. Phosphorus is a component of ATP, the molecule that stores and transfers energy in all living cells, as well as of DNA and RNA, the molecules that carry genetic information. Unlike nitrogen, phosphorus cannot be obtained from the atmosphere, so it must be carefully recycled within the ecosystem. Many bacteria and protozoans have evolved sophisticated mechanisms for capturing and storing phosphorus when it's available, then releasing it when it's needed. Some bacteria can store phosphorus in specialized granules within their cells, essentially creating internal phosphorus banks that can be drawn upon during times of scarcity. Others have evolved high-affinity transport systems that allow them to extract phosphorus from the water even when concentrations are extremely low. The recycling of carbon is perhaps the most visible aspect of the work done by what lives in a drop of pond water. Carbon dioxide dissolved in the water is captured by photosynthetic organisms and converted into organic compounds through photosynthesis. These organic compounds then serve as food for other organisms, which break them down and release carbon dioxide back into the water, completing the carbon cycle. But the carbon cycle in pond water is more complex than this simple description suggests. Different organisms specialize in processing different types of organic carbon compounds. Some bacteria can break down complex carbohydrates like cellulose and starch. Others specialize in lipids, the fatty compounds that store energy in living cells. Still others focus on organic acids and other specialized carbon compounds. The recycling work done by these microscopic organisms extends beyond the major nutrients to include trace elements and micronutrients that are essential for life but needed only in tiny amounts. Iron, manganese, zinc, copper, and many other elements must be carefully managed and recycled within the pond ecosystem. Specialized bacteria have evolved to help mobilize these elements when they become bound up in chemical forms that are not readily available to other organisms. Perhaps most remarkably, many of the recyclers in what lives in a drop of pond water can switch between different metabolic strategies depending on environmental conditions. When oxygen is abundant, they might use aerobic respiration to extract energy from organic compounds. When oxygen becomes scarce, they can switch to anaerobic processes that use other compounds as electron acceptors. Some can even switch between consuming organic compounds and producing them through photosynthesis, depending on light availability. This metabolic flexibility is crucial for maintaining the stability of the pond ecosystem, as conditions change throughout the day and throughout the seasons. Different recycling processes become more or less important. The ability of these microscopic organisms to adapt their metabolism to changing conditions helps ensure that the essential cycles of nutrient recycling continue uninterrupted. The waste products of one organism often become the raw materials for another in what lives in a drop of pond water. This creates a web of interconnected recycling processes where nothing is truly wasted. Even the most toxic compounds can often be broken down by specialized bacteria that have evolved the ability to derive energy from their degradation. It's like having a circular economy on a microscopic scale, where every waste product becomes someone else's treasure. As we near the end of our gentle journey through what lives in a drop of pond water, we begin to appreciate that we're not just observing a collection of tiny organisms, but rather witnessing the continuation of stories that began billions of years ago. These microscopic beings are the carriers of ancient wisdom, the keepers of evolutionary knowledge that has been refined and perfected over countless generation. The bacteria swimming in our drop of pond water today are the descendants of the very first life forms that appeared on Earth. They carry within their simple cells the accumulated experience of nearly 4 billion years of evolution. Every enzyme they produce, every metabolic pathway they use, every survival strategy they employ has been tested and refined through countless generations of trial and error. Consider the remarkable stability of these ancient designs. The basic structure of a bacterial cell, with its protective membrane and genetic material floating freely in the cytoplasm, has remained largely unchanged for billions of years. This is not because bacteria are primitive or simple, but rather because they represent a design that is so fundamentally sound, so perfectly suited to the basic requirements of life, that it has stood the test of time. The photosynthetic machinery found in cyanobacteria is another example of this ancient wisdom. The same basic process that these bacteria use to convert sunlight into chemical energy is essentially identical to the process used by plants today. The chlorophyll molecules, the electron transport chains, the complex series of chemical reactions that make photosynthesis possible. All of these were perfected by bacteria billions of years ago and have been passed down through the generations, largely unchanged. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of what lives in a drop of pond water is how these ancient organisms have maintained their relevance in our modern world. The bacteria that fix nitrogen in pond water today are still using the same basic enzymatic machinery that their ancestors developed billions of years ago. The process they use to convert atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia is so efficient that human efforts to replicate it industrially require enormous amounts of energy and harsh chemical conditions. The protozoans in our drop of pond water, though more complex than bacteria, also carry ancient wisdom in their cellular structures. The basic plan of their cells, with a membrane-bound nucleus and specialized organelles, represents an evolutionary innovation that occurred over 1 billion years ago. This cellular organization was so successful that it became the foundation for all complex life on Earth, including ourselves. The symbiotic relationships we see in pond water today echo the ancient partnerships that gave rise to complex cells in the first place. Many scientists believe that the organelles in our own cells, the mitochondria that produce energy, and the chloroplasts that carry out photosynthesis in plants, were once free-living bacteria that entered into permanent partnerships with larger cells. The cooperative relationships we observe in what lives in a drop of pond water might be similar to these ancient alliances that shaped the evolution of life. The communication systems used by microscopic pond dwellers also reflect ancient wisdom. The chemical signals they use to coordinate their activities, the quorum sensing systems that allow them to make collective decisions, the biofilm formation that enables them to build complex communities. All of these represent sophisticated social behaviors that evolved billions of years ago. These ancient communication systems have inspired modern biotechnology. Scientists are now using bacterial communication molecules to develop new medical treatments, agricultural applications, and environmental remediation strategies. The wisdom encoded in these microscopic organisms is being translated into solutions for modern problems, from antibiotic resistance to climate change. The resilience strategies employed by what lives in a drop of pond water also carry profound lessons for our modern world. These organisms have survived ice ages, meteor impacts, volcanic eruptions, and countless other catastrophes that have reshaped our planet. Their ability to form protective spores, to enter dormant states during harsh conditions, to rapidly adapt to changing environments. These are all strategies that have been refined over billions of years of survival. The metabolic diversity we see in pond water today represents another form of ancient wisdom. These organisms have evolved pathways to extract energy from almost every conceivable source: sunlight, organic compounds, sulfur, iron, methane, and countless other chemicals. This metabolic flexibility has allowed them to colonize virtually every environment on Earth, from the deepest ocean trenches to the highest mountain peaks. Modern biotechnology is just beginning to tap into this metabolic diversity. Scientists are using bacteria from pond water and similar environments to develop new biofuels, to clean up environmental pollutants, to produce pharmaceuticals, and to carry out a wide variety of industrial processes. The ancient wisdom encoded in these microscopic organisms is becoming the foundation for sustainable technologies that could help address many of the challenges facing our modern world. The genetic information stored in what lives in a drop of pond water represents an incredibly valuable library of biological knowledge. Each organism carries within its DNA the instructions for countless molecular machines, chemical processes, and survival strategies. This genetic library has been accumulating information for billions of years, and it continues to grow and evolve as organisms adapt to new challenges. Scientists are now using advanced sequencing technologies to read this genetic library, discovering new enzymes, metabolic pathways, and biological processes that were previously unknown. Many of these discoveries are leading to new applications in medicine, agriculture, and environmental science. The ancient wisdom of pond microorganisms is becoming the foundation for cutting-edge biotechnology. But perhaps the most important lesson we can learn from what lives in a drop of pond water is the value of cooperation and interdependence. These microscopic communities thrive not through competition alone, but through complex networks of mutual support and resource sharing. They remind us that even the smallest organisms can achieve remarkable things when they work together, and that the health of the whole depends on the well-being of each individual part. As we face the challenges of the 21st century, climate change, environmental degradation, resource depletion, and social inequality, the ancient wisdom of pond microorganisms offers us valuable insights. They show us that sustainability is not just possible but essential, that cooperation is often more effective than competition, and that even the smallest actions can have far-reaching consequences. As we conclude our peaceful journey through what lives in a drop of pond water, we begin to understand that we are not merely distant observers of this microscopic world, but rather intimately connected participants in the grand symphony of life. The boundaries between the macroscopic and microscopic, between the human and the bacterial, between the visible and the invisible, are far more permeable than we might initially imagine. Every breath we take connects us to the ancient work of cyanobacteria, those pioneering photosynthetic organisms that first began releasing oxygen into Earth's atmosphere billions of years ago. The oxygen molecules entering our lungs right now were likely produced by microscopic organisms, much like those swimming in our drop of pond water. In a very real sense, we are breathing the exhalations of ancient bacterial communities, participating in a gas exchange that has been ongoing for billions of years. The water we drink, the food we eat, the very ground we walk upon, all of these have been shaped and processed by microscopic organisms. The bacteria and protozoans in pond water are part of vast networks of nutrient cycling that make all life on Earth possible. They break down complex organic compounds, fix nitrogen from the atmosphere, and recycle essential elements through ecosystems. Without their constant work, the biogeochemical cycles that sustain life would grind to a halt. Our own bodies are perhaps the most direct connection we have to what lives in a drop of pond water. We are not just individual organisms, but rather walking ecosystems, home to trillions of microorganisms that live on our skin, in our mouths, and throughout our digestive systems. Many of these microorganisms are closely related to the bacteria and protozoans we've been exploring in pond water. The bacteria in our intestines, for example, use many of the same metabolic pathways and communication systems as their pond-dwelling cousins. They form biofilms on our intestinal walls, engage in chemical communication with each other and with our own cells, and carry out essential functions that we cannot perform ourselves. They produce vitamins, break down complex carbohydrates, and help protect us from harmful pathogens. The diversity of microorganisms in our bodies rivals that of any pond or lake. Each person carries a unique microbial signature, a personal ecosystem that reflects their diet, environment, genetics, and life history. Scientists are now beginning to understand how this microbial diversity affects our health, our behavior, and even our personalities. The ancient wisdom of microscopic organisms is literally a part of who we are. Our immune systems have evolved in constant dialogue with the microbial world. The complex networks of cellular communication, the sophisticated mechanisms for distinguishing friend from foe, the ability to mount rapid responses to new threats. All of these represent evolutionary innovations that developed in response to the challenges and opportunities presented by microscopic life. The medicines we use to treat disease often come from or are inspired by the natural products produced by microorganisms. Many of our most important antibiotics were originally discovered in bacteria and fungi. The complex chemical compounds that these organisms produce to compete with each other and to defend themselves have become powerful tools in our fight against disease. But our connection to what lives in a drop of pond water extends beyond biology to encompass our technology and our understanding of the world. The microscopic organisms in pond water have inspired innovations in engineering, materials, science, and computer science. The efficient swimming mechanisms of flagellated bacteria have influenced the design of microscopic robots. The self-organizing properties of bacterial communities have informed new approaches to distributed computing and artificial intelligence. The study of pond microorganisms has also fundamentally changed our understanding of life itself. These organisms have shown us that life can exist in environments we once thought impossible, that cooperation and competition can occur simultaneously, and that even the simplest organisms can exhibit remarkably complex behaviors. They have expanded our definition of what it means to be alive and have forced us to reconsider our place in the natural world. The resilience and adaptability of what lives in a drop of pond water offer us hope in the face of global challenges. These organisms have survived every major extinction event in Earth's history, have adapted to every environmental change, and have continued to evolve and innovate for billions of years. Their example reminds us that life is incredibly resilient, and that even the smallest organisms can have profound impacts on the world around them as we face the challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, and sustainable development. The microscopic world offers us both inspiration and practical solutions. The metabolic diversity of pond bacteria could help us develop new renewable energy sources. Their ability to break down pollutants could help us clean up contaminated environments. Their efficient use of resources could inspire new approaches to sustainable living. The social behaviors of microscopic communities in pond water also offer us insights into cooperation and collective decision-making. These organisms have evolved sophisticated mechanisms for sharing resources, coordinating activities, and making collective decisions that benefit the entire community. Their example reminds us that cooperation is not just a human invention, but a fundamental principle of life that has been refined over billions of years of evolution. Perhaps most importantly, what lives in a drop of pond water reminds us of our responsibility as stewards of the natural world. These microscopic organisms are not just abstract scientific curiosities, but rather essential components of the life support systems that make our planet habitable. The health of pond ecosystems and the microscopic communities they contain is directly linked to the health of our global environment. Every time we use pesticides, release pollutants, or alter natural water systems, we affect the microscopic communities that live in pond water. Every time we preserve wetlands, reduce our carbon footprint, or support sustainable agriculture, we help protect these essential ecosystems. Our actions, no matter how small, ripple through the interconnected web of life that connects us to the microscopic world. The story of what lives in a drop of pond water is ultimately our story too. It is the story of life's incredible creativity, resilience, and interconnectedness. It is the story of ancient wisdom preserved in the smallest of organisms, of cooperation and competition playing out on stages too small for us to see, of the fundamental unity that underlies all life on Earth. As we close this gentle exploration, we carry with us a new appreciation for the invisible world that surrounds us. We understand now that every drop of water is a universe unto itself, teeming with life, filled with stories, connected to the grand narrative of life on Earth. We are not separate from this microscopic world, but rather an integral part of it, participants in the ancient dance of life that began billions of years ago and continues today in every pond, every lake, every drop of water on our beautiful planet. Thank you for staying with me through this peaceful journey into what lives in a drop of pond water. I hope this exploration has given you a new appreciation for the incredible diversity and complexity of life that exists all around us, even in the smallest and most seemingly insignificant places. The microscopic world is not separate from our own, but rather intimately connected to it, and by understanding these connections, we can better appreciate our place in the grand tapestry of life. The next time you walk past a pond or lake, take a moment to appreciate the invisible universe that lies beneath the surface. Remember the bacteria and protozoans, the diatoms and rotifers, the countless microscopic beings that call that water home. They are not just tiny organisms living their tiny lives, but rather the foundation upon which all life depends, the ancient wisdom keepers, the invisible engineers who keep our planet running. If this journey has sparked your curiosity about the microscopic world, I encourage you to explore further. Visit a local pond or lake, collect a sample of water, and observe it under a microscope if you have access to one. You'll be amazed at the diversity and activity you'll discover. Or simply sit by a body of water and contemplate the invisible universe that lies beneath the surface. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come not from looking through a microscope, but from simply taking the time to wonder and appreciate the complexity of the world around us. As we part ways, remember that you now carry with you the stories of countless microscopic beings, the knowledge of ancient communities, and an appreciation for the interconnectedness of all life. You are not just a human walking through the world, but a participant in the grand symphony of life, connected to every bacterium, every protozoan, every drop of water on our planet. Take this knowledge with you, share it with others, and help spread the wonder and appreciation for the invisible world that makes all life possible. Until we meet again on another journey of discovery, keep wondering, keep exploring, and keep appreciating the incredible complexity and beauty of the natural world. The microscopic universe is always there, waiting to be discovered, always ready to share its ancient wisdom with those who take the time to look and listen. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful exploration of what lives in a drop of pond water. May your curiosity continue to grow, and may you always find wonder in the smallest of places.